Okay. Here we go again. I didn't change anything because I'm fairly sure it was the music that it caught that time, because it said something about, like, video and audio or something to that effect. Oops, I'm set to unlisted. What the fuck? Hang on, how do I change that? Okay. I am still streaming, right? Yeah, it looks like I am. Okay. Somebody say something in the chat just so I know. Well, it says no viewers, so it probably didn't help that I was set to unlisted for a second there. I don't know why it defaulted to that. Okay, hi John, thank you. Dina's the final girl against YouTube killer algorithms. I should probably, I'll wait until we have more viewers. Hi Cal, hi Artie. I already responded to Artie, but oh well. Something, something, something flesh. Artie back again with the awesome jokes. Well, jokes anyway. Oh god, I just saw a notification for the trailer to a live action Pinocchio. Oh yeah, I saw that. Live action though? I thought it was CG. Or actually I thought it was stop motion. Did someone say Hellraiser? Yeah, I'm sorry. I got behind on the chat and I wonder if... Oh, there's no way to look at the old chat. Sorry, you guys. Okay, wait a minute. Now, once again... Okay, I don't think that was my imagination before. I think sometimes the chat doesn't automatically... How did I do that before? Was that it? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think I do have to do that every time. Okay, well, glad that wasn't my imagination, I guess. YouTube's been cursed by Pinhead. They want Dina to have good suffering. They're doing a good job. British... Oh, the old British Knuckles is what you were going to say. Third time's a charm, I hope so. Okay, so what I was going to say earlier, I didn't change anything because I think it was the music it caught this time. Because that scene with Pinhead with the booming music, it ran a long time, and I think I think it was the music that it caught. Also, damn it, Hollywood let Del Toro make his In the Mountains of Madness movie already. The stream stopping is our hell. Oh, hey, Brandon. We get new people each time. That's something, I guess. Who saw Hellraiser in the cinema when it was released? The only one I saw in the theater was the fourth one, Bloodline. There's top chat default and live chat. Live chat updates as people post stuff. There's a delay with top chat for some reason. Oh, I know that. I'm talking about what it shows on my screen, not the actual thing. If you know what I'm saying. Talking about Streamlabs. YouTube is a bit of a git. Oh, darkness, my old friend. Copyright. YouTube is a bit of a tosser. I love that word. What would you do if given control of Hellraiser? I don't know. I wouldn't be the best person to have control over Hellraiser because I would probably just I would probably just put it to bed. A little tired of Hellraiser these days. Been watching Until Dawn lately. It's a fun game to see people's reactions to. Not watched any Hellraisers until like 2020. Picked up on collector's edition Blu-rays. They have like 4 commentary tracks. That's cool. Oh, I remember what Until Dawn was. It took me a second. I think I saw Markiplier play that one. Has quite a bit of a gob hole on him. Yeah, PS4 exclusive. That's why I never played it. Saw Hellraiser 2 at the cinema, 3D of the audience. Oh, a third of the audience walked out during the razor/mattress scene. I can see that. I can totally imagine that happening. Yeah, Until Dawn. Yeah, I know which one that is now. Couldn't do worse than some did, that's true. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink. On my third stream.
Oh, you got a band again?
Yep. I think it was the music this time.
That doesn't happen
I've heard that kind of thing can happen.
Not as often as this stuff.
Oh, great.
I think it would have been fine streaming this on Twitch, but that stuff. It's interesting seeing seeing my experience of watching Twitch streams and how they're getting taken down. Usually not twice for copyright stuff. But it's like they'll get muted after VODs. They're not gonna shut you down usually. Unless someone force you. Because they're kind of crappier at enforcing copyright there. In our favor. So you're able to get away with that.
Oh,
As I told you.
that must be nice. Okay. I thought for sure I was going to end up snacking during this stream, but so far I'm not hungry, so. Oh, welcome back, Christopher. Forget if you ever mentioned it, but have you ever watched the Saw series? I watched the first one. I haven't gotten around to watching any others yet. I'm not sure that I would like the sequels. Actually, no, that's not true. Sorry, I'm salivating a lot. The lemonade kind of triggered my salivary glands. I did watch Saw 2. I didn't think it was that good. People are slowly trickling back in. Yeah, that's good. Not a fan of horror, but I loved Until Dawn because of its interactive nature. Yeah, it's interesting. Till Dawn, the game that the two best friends play, accidentally got the perfect ending on a blind playthrough. That's funny. God, my back hurts right now. Ow. We need more Lee in this stream. I know, I wish I could get him to do streams with me, but he's never up for it. Love watching people going into it blind and seeing how well they did. Yeah, I only watched Markiplier play it, but that was interesting. Excuse me. Especially rewarding when you find a playthrough of Until Dawn where they didn't kill Matt. I don't remember who that was. Excuse me. Oh, what's my drink? It's lemonade flavor Crystal Light. I want to hear Pinhead say I want to play a game. 'Cause I think he would have been fine streaming this on Twitch, but He does say time to play later in this movie. Hi, Sarah. Enough YouTube. Tell me about it. Yeah, lemonade is nice to have in the summer. Make like Scorpion and get over here. Saw Hellraiser 1 and 2 at the cinema, only seen others on DVD and Blu-ray. Dina has a good chance of getting the best ending in Until Dawn, as she is well versed in horror tropes. Yeah, could be. Let's see, hopefully. Oh, I almost forgot to full screen it. This is another scene that got butchered in the original. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Nice. I honestly don't know which is worse, seeing an obviously edited scene that's a bit awkward as a result, or being subjected to some of this imagery. Yikes. Yeah, it's pretty horrific. So back to Kirsty and Tiffany. They come across the Cotton House. Tiffany doesn't want to go in, so Kirsty tells her to wait outside.
But if I'm not back soon, real soon, I want you to get out, and I want you to get home.
So Kirsty goes inside and finds that it's a bit different than she remembers. Oh, hi, Frank. Hey, it's Frank.
What's the matter, Kirsty? It's only Frank.
Hey, it's Frank.
It's only
Like, that's a
Uncle
good
Frank.
thing.
Oh no.
Didn't you get my message?
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, come on, Kirsty, grow up. When you're dead, you're fucking dead.
I love that line. I'm not even sure what it means. It's just amazing somehow. Yep, still creepy. By the way, there was originally a lot more to this scene. I'll talk about that afterwards. Mm-hmm.
This is my hell. They're here to tease me. And they promise forever and never deliver. That's why I sent for you, Kirsty.
Rami Malek is the guy who played Freddie Mercury, right?
I'd rather burn.
Yep, Kirsty is still awesome. I'm not really sure what the point is of having Frank lose his skin here, other than a callback to the first movie. Yeah. Either way, Julia crashes the party.
Family reunion.
Julia,
Frank,
I knew you'd come.
you knew.
You're a girl who always keeps her promises.
You can kind of tell where this is going to go just from Julia's expressions, so Frank's attempts to manipulate her here come across as just kind of pathetic.
Nothing personal, babe.
Speaking of callbacks, that was a good one.
Nothing personal, babe.
Meanwhile, Chenard steps out of the box that Julia had pushed him into as a newly made Cenobite. Well, at least he's taking it well. Makes you wonder if Cenobites just kind of see the world differently. Well, love him or hate him, Chenard Cenobite has been born. Let the puns begin. Oh yeah, I forgot. I think it gets
You
kind of
never
punny.
could hold on to anything for very long. Could you, Kirsty?
Julia catches up with Kirsty and Tiffany, having found the puzzle box that Kirsty dropped when she fell earlier. For some reason, Tiffany tries to take her hand. It could be that she just wants the puzzle box. And so much for Julia, maybe. That was not a great effect. Afterwards, Kirsty and Tiffany have a moment. Tiffany appears to be starting to come around, which I have to admit does endear me to her a little. She was practically a prop up until this point. Okay, count the puzzle boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we know that there are at least 4. This is assuming that the 3 that Chenard had on his desk are among these, and the 4th is from the first movie. But there could be as many as 8 in all.
The doctor. Is he?
Of course, Tiffany's first words are something like that. I love how Kirsty looks at her like, dude, language, as if she's one to talk. Ugh. Oh, that looks so gross.
I recommend amputation.
Laugh is. I'm sure a lot of fans don't like Chenard's Cenobite, but I find him pretty disturbing. I'll get more into it later, but it's partly this. There's just something so unsettling about a deranged doctor. Something about all that knowledge of human anatomy being put in the wrong hands. God, how many times have I used that? In the original clip. Uh-oh, the original Cenobites are here. That can't be good.
Oh, no boxes. Such a shame.
No more delays, Kirsty. No more teasing. Time to play.
Time to play.
Game over, man. Game over.
I forgot I put that in there.
Deals, Kirsty. Is your flesh we want to experience, not your skill at bargaining.
No deals. Just information. Just information.
Go on.
Oh, Pinhead, will you never stop letting Kirsty trick you? I'm telling you, he wants to hit that.
But trick us again, child.
Definitely wants to hit that.
And your suffering will be legendary, even in hell.
Your suffering will be
What is
legendary
this?
even in hell. That's a great line.
Someone else, you think, escaped us?
I love that he doesn't recognize
Like
himself.
No, this one didn't escape. And it's you.
Nonsense.
It's you!
So Kirsty does something unexpected. She tries to get them on her side by reminding them of their humanity.
Remember.
Enough! Wait. I remember. I'm your doctor. I'm here to help you.
I love the look on Pinhead's face. He's all, who the fuck is this tool? Who the fuck is this tool?
Good. A fight.
Oh boy, Cenobite turf war. Here we go. I love that ability Pinhead has to summon hooks on chains just by thinking about it. His other Cenobites usually just carry weapons around. Ugh. That looks so gross. Well, that didn't work out so well. And now comes the scene that pissed off many a fan. The Cenobites get Worfed. The Worf effect is a bad habit of Star Trek The Next Generation, where they would show how tough a big bad was by having them attack the toughest member of the crew, which was supposed to be Lieutenant Worf. This can have a negative effect.
Even
In the
Counselor
case of Star
Troy
Trek,
kicked his
it made
butt.
Worf look weak because they overused it. In Hellraiser, it pissed off fans because a random newbie came in out of nowhere and just offed some established characters with barely any resistance. This is yet another thing I'm going to expand on later. Of course, Pinhead is the last, and it's kind of heartbreaking because, like I mentioned last time, kind of cute. I think his death takes a lot longer in the uncut version. Yikes. Okay. Oh, I did have the opening. I just didn't. Whatever. Saw just becomes gore porn the longer you go. Yep, that's what I've heard, basically. Until Dawn, the game where if you sneeze at the wrong moment, you get characters killed. Oops. Scrolled too far. God damn it. There we go. Sorry I got here too late for Take Your Best Shot, Snow White slap. Well, I do use it a couple more times. Rami Malek was Freddie Mercury. Yeah, I thought so. I just recently watched that movie. I think I mentioned it in a previous stream. Who knew hell was this flammable? Has anybody watched an early Hellraiser movie on TV? I have to imagine they chop at least half an hour out with all the gruesome imagery. I actually originally saw the Hellraiser movies late night on local TV. I don't remember how much was cut out. Bohemian Rhapsody was fine enough, not the big Freddy/Queen movie fans always wanted, but good enough. Yeah, that was kind of my take on it. I found it entertaining, but I can kind of see why some people were a little disappointed. Julia's Queen of Hell now, baby. Yeah, she ripped out his heart like in Temple of Doom. You wirehead. My comments are the best, thank you. But the skin is the best part. Way too many puzzle boxes, only need one to cause trouble. Good grief, Ashley Lawrence is such a great actress. Yeah, I love her. She was in an episode of Monsters. She was really good in it. Oh god, that Dr. Faustus quote. Yeah. How many times have you used that deranged doctor clip? I have no idea, but I'm starting to wonder. Thrill kill clip, take a shot. Hi, Sticks. Rami Malek was brilliant in Bohemian Rhapsody. Can't help wondering what Sacha Baron Cohen would have been like, though. Not sure I know who that is. Sorry, Pinhead, you're too kinky for Kirsty. Oops. Is it weird that I use the "your suffering will be legendary even in hell" line fairly often in life? Depends on the context. Pinhead a day keeps the doctor away. What on earth is happening? I'm not sure which part you were referring to. Oh, the Cenobites being killed off, yeah. Poor Worf. Pinhead is the high priest, but the human keeps Pinhead balanced. Well, from going insane and doing insane stuff, yeah. Chatterer being a kid always weirded me out. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Counselor Troy didn't so much kick Worf's butt, so much as talk to the hand Worf's butt. What's with the Xena yell? I don't remember that. A kid solved the puzzle box. That's a good point. He was just a kid that was really good at puzzles. The Celestia effect. Yeah, she got Worfed as well. R.I.P. Pinhead. You were a good Cenobite, and unlike that upstart. Worf effect. If you stick with Invincible, the character Michael Dorn voices is a borderline antithesis of such. That's cool. Cenobites are Cenobuts now. First time I saw Hellraiser was in an anniversary screening, and I was sitting behind the actor who played Chatterer. Oh, that's cool. The receiving end of the old British knuckles. God damn it. New drinking game. Take a shot every time Dina uses that deranged doctor clip. Hopefully you won't get you won't get liver poisoning. You'd have to watch a lot of my videos in a row, though, to get drunk from that. Imagine Freddie Mercury, but he's Borat. We have such sights to show you, followed by the sound of a fly being unzipped. Kirsty is supposed to become the new Pinhead. That can be a movie. I mean, that already happened in the comics, but... Oh, the doctor did a Xena yell. Okay. I figured that was probably what you were referring to. Oh yeah, I was super into Xena. I didn't really watch Hercules, though. Favorite Disney cats? Well, there's The Lion King, and there's also, my favorite actual house cat in a Disney movie is, Lucifer in Cinderella. He was so adorable. Kind of reminds me of Soul. Oh, you just got all the Xena DVDs for your birthday. That's cool. Ever done Hellraiser fan fiction or fan art? I have done some fan art of Pinhead. I think I only did one. Actually, I keep meaning to take a picture of this and show it to you guys, but I had a big plain wall in my bathroom, and it needed something, and I had a canvas laying around, so I ended up painting one side of the lament configuration on it, and I have it hanging in my bathroom. Excuse me. I'll have to take a picture of that and post it on Twitter. I was just thinking about that the other day. Well, obviously, I guess that counts as Tiffany fan get away, art. and Tiffany says something about how finishing a puzzle will make it all better. Back in the labyrinth, Tiffany retrieves the puzzle box.
What does it do? Oh my god.
Okay, what I think is going on here is when Pinhead rearranged Figaro. the puzzle box He was so adorable. that Kirsty couldn't solve it, it caused the gates of hell to stay open until it could be changed back. And Tiffany is the only one good enough at puzzles to pull it off. But of course, Channard Cenobite has to come and screw everything up. He's why we can't have nice things. Leave for the guests to ask about. Oh damn, now he's gonna try to change her into a Cenobite. I've never read any fan fiction from either, really, so I wouldn't know.
When you'd come back.
Apparently Julia shows up and distracts Channard long enough for Tiffany to solve the puzzle. But he catches on and tries to get Tiffany, but his tentacles get stuck in the ground and, well, he's got that thing grabbing onto his head from above and... Damn, that was brutal. Ugh. Oh god. That was so gruesome. Okay, that wasn't Julia, but Kirsty. Remember what I said in the previous video about how Kirsty will go to insane lengths to survive? Well, she just wore someone else's skin and tongue-kissed a Cenobite. There you go. It's actually not the worst thing she's ever going to do, believe it or not. Again, you'll find out when I get there.
I have some of my snack anyway, even if I'm not that hungry.
So all the changes Tiffany just made to the puzzle box are now being made to Leviathan. I'm not sure how that works or why, but it looks awesome. Leviathan is not a happy camper. Later, the Channard Institute
He was
seems
so
to be
angry.
closed down, and Kirsty and Tiffany are on their way. Meanwhile, all the stuff in Channard's house is packed up except for that mattress.
That's the
Someone
same
gets
movers
pulled
from the
in,
first
another
movie. I
guy
don't think I
comes to
caught that.
investigate, and a pillar rises from the mattress.
Oh, that's a bad effect. What the fuck?
Hellraiser stuff on it.
What is your pleasure?
The end? Okay, before I move on to the next segment, I feel the need to explain what the hell
was
happened
weird.
here. The real reason the Cenobites got wharfed is because Julia was supposed to become the big bad of this series, and killing off the Cenobites was to make way for that. Those are clearly her arms coming out of the bed as if she's feeding on this guy and being reborn again just as she was earlier. Well, what was supposed to happen was that Julia was to raise up from the mattress wearing a dress like the one she got from Channard, only black, and basically indicates that she's the Queen of Hell. They had started working on Hellraiser 2 before the first one had even come out, and they were unaware of how popular of a character Pinhead had become among the fans. When word got back to them on it during mid-filming, they decided to make the ending more ambiguous so it would be easier to bring back Pinhead in the next film. Okay, the end! So that was Hellbound, Hellraiser 2.
Let me get caught up on the chat really quick before the recap. Actually, that's not quite true. I've read some Silent Hill fan fiction, but it was like original stories that took place in Silent Hill. It wasn't based on any specific games or anything, so... Actually, there was also a novelization of Silent Hill 2 that I read. I don't read a lot of fan fiction in general. Favorite Hellraiser? I pretty much say in this one that it's either this one or the first. Odie's best pet, because nobody says that about their pets. Yeah. Our kitty pride constitutes as a Disney cat. I wouldn't think so. Which of your beloved horror icons does your hubby like the most? You know what? Lee really isn't into horror. I'm trying to think. I know I've watched some horror movies with him. He did like the Chucky series. I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'd say I guess probably Chucky. Oh, Channard, we were having such a good time until you screwed everything up. I've never seen Treasure Planet. I thought Saw was gory. Yeah, that thing did look more than a little phallic. Tiffany just looks done with life. You know, we now have a comic where it's the DC universe, but they're life-sized anthro dinosaurs. Weird. Wonder what ever happened to Tiffany. She does show up in the Boom comics, at least. It was weird because she felt like a totally different character. But then Kirsty and Tiffany became a couple. I'm getting rid of my mattress and sleeping on the floor tonight now. If there's one thing that horror movies teach us, it's that you can't trust mattresses. Remember Nightmare on Elm Street? That's true. Dina never read Silent Hill fan fiction. She's made no secret that she's a fan of Silent Ponyville. Well, okay, if you count Silent Ponyville.
Oh yeah, the deathbed. So can I get a mattress with Julia in it? From did you hear that lost bit of Silent Hill content? The Japan-only play novel had a second storyline, playable as Sybil, used only in a specific gaming peripheral with... Yeah, I think I actually mentioned that. Oh wait, are you talking about the play novel? I think I actually talk about that in my Silent Hill video a little bit. I reckon Dina's just waiting for someone to write her a Hellraiser / Silent Hill crossover. I'm not even sure what the point of that would be. My expression on the screen is unusual? I don't know. Yeah, deathbed. There was also that episode of Monsters.
It's not technically as good as the first movie, but it is so much fun. Some of the way the story plays out is a bit clunky, mostly due to last-minute changes to the script, but I feel that it more than makes up for it by how much it expands on this vast universe. The first movie was kind of on a smaller scale. It took place mostly in one house, and it was very focused on its characters and had some brilliant symbolism. The sequel started on a relatively small scale, but once the gate to hell is open, it's almost literally like Pandora's box. Rather than having Cenobites come and go and that's it, we follow them back into their world, and it is huge and fantastic. I love that there's a god in the middle who is essentially a huge geometric
I hope my jaw
shape
popping
that shoots
isn't too
beams
loud.
of
Sorry
black
if it
light.
is.
It's both simple and complex somehow.
That doesn't help.
The movie feels a little more like mainstream horror in that it has bigger budget and we get a wisecracking villain and there isn't as much in the way of symbolism. But I feel that for the most part it still retains the heart of the first movie. No pun intended. It's a bit like what Aliens was to Alien. Generally more straightforward, a bit more mainstream, maybe not as good story and character-wise, but a lot bigger and a
That
lot
was
more
loud,
fun.
sorry.
Even the soundtrack is more epic. And it's hard picking a favorite between the two because, as different as the sequel is to the original, they really complement each other. So pretty much all the characters from Hellraiser returned in Hellbound, except that you might notice a severe lack of Andrew Robinson, which is too bad because I loved him in the first movie. While the original script was written before he declined the role, it's unclear why he did that, whether it was a disagreement over payment or a clash in schedules. Unfortunately, this is one of the reasons the script comes off as clunky. There's all this talk of Larry, and he never shows up except in flashbacks. Originally, he was to show up in this scene attached to Frank by the arm. They were going to duke it out, Larry was going to use a knife to separate them, then he was to escape hell with Kirsty and Tiffany. Oh, and he was going to punch out Chenard's Cenobite at one point. So yeah, I think Larry was going to take a level in badass.
That would have been weird. I don't know about that.
I would like to have seen that, especially after how much Andrew Robinson grew on me in the first movie. But yeah, instead we have Pinhead confirming that Larry is in hell, and
But he is in his own hell, child, and quite unreachable.
Kirsty coming back empty-handed, which makes her whole journey through hell kind of moot. Even she seems to forget about that plot point after a while.
Goodbye, Doctor.
But on the upside, I do like what they did with Julia. In the first movie, she started off kind of a sympathetic character. Yeah, she's not a nice person or anything, but she's clearly being manipulated by Frank, and it doesn't end well for her. We get to watch her descent into madness and how it changes her. The sequel picks up after she has spent some time in hell, and she is just flat out evil now. In fact, there's a great quote from Claire Higgins, the actress who played her, on her IMDb page.
Claire Higgins, that's
I hope
her
you
name.
understand Julia's reasons for being an unpleasant character, because you see the depths she's prepared to plumb for love. She's a great deal nastier this time, and if anybody sympathizes with her, I'm doing something wrong. I really want everybody to hate me. Also, another reason for redoing the ending of Hellbound was because Claire Higgins was ready to move on from horror movies after this one and didn't want to be in any more sequels. She's also taken a level in badass. I guess she's immortal now and has super strength or something, which makes me think that even though she looks human, she's basically become a demon, which lends a bit more credibility to where they were going to go with the ending. Also, I just think she looks better. As I'm sure you can tell, I've got a lot of nostalgia for the 80s, even down to some of the fashion and hairstyles. I love big chunky earrings, but helmet hair is something that I do not miss. Julia still looks 80s in this movie, but in a good way, not in a bad way.
She's got that beautiful but dangerous thing down to a T, and her quote about graduating from the wicked stepmother to the evil queen is just perfect.
Now everybody's happy.
Now on to the Cenobites. Well, all of the Cenobites from the first movie returned. Aside from Pinhead, all of their roles are diminished. Rather than having Chatterer be the muscle, Deep Throat possibly second in command, and with only Butterball just hanging out in the background, they pretty much all just hang out in the background, despite Deep Throat having a couple of minor lines. But they mostly weren't as memorable as her dialogue in the first movie. Pretty much all of them look different though, which is mostly what I'm going to focus on. Butterball looks about the same, only his teeth have been sharpened. Kind of a nice touch actually, makes him look more dangerous and more grotesque somehow. When each of the Cenobites dies, they turn back into their former human selves. In Butterball's case, he apparently started off as an obese man. Clive Barker was quoted as saying it was due to their vices that they became Cenobites in the first place, and obesity tends to be linked with gluttony, symbolically anyway, so he was a hedonist in his own way. Chatterer, wow, I'm sorry, but he looked so much better in the first movie.
Yeah, I forgot
The actor
about
who
that.
played him complained about not being able to see in the original makeup, and I understand that, but the new design just does not look good. Actually, it looks okay at first, and then it changes for the worse. At which point, for some reason, he looks less like his lips are being forced apart and more like he has a permanent snarl. This is because there was yet another deleted scene where the Chatterer was getting a makeover that involved the scar tissue being removed from his eyes. So when we first see him, his eyes are almost non-existent, then when he shows up sometime later, suddenly he has eyes, causing a continuity error. In any case, when he's killed, we see that as a human, he was a young boy. That always gets a reaction out of me that's kind of hard to describe. I wish we knew more about what happened to him, but maybe it's better if we don't.
I didn't open the box!
Didn't open the box. And what was it last time? Didn't know what the box was.
Deep Throat, aka female Cenobite, not only had a makeover, but she is played by a different actress entirely. The original was played by Grace Kirby. This is pretty much the only image of her out of makeup that exists on the internet, since she decided to quit acting and become a school teacher and has distanced herself from her role in Hellraiser.
Didn't remember if I mentioned
Anyway, this
that.
new version was played by Barbie Wilde. Again, I
Barbie
like the original
Wilde,
better.
that's
It's
a
actually
name.
got nothing to do with the actress. Her look is a bit different, mainly just in little details, which doesn't bother me too much, but her voice is different. Instead of raspy sounding, it has kind of a weird vibrating quality to it that's hard to describe.
No more delays, Kirsty. No more teasing. Time to play.
Not leaving us so soon, are you?
I miss the raspy voice. I thought it was a neat detail with her having her throat cut open.
Perhaps we prefer you.
And due to her lack of dialogue and reduced role, she has less of a presence. Either way, I love this line.
Perhaps you're teasing us. Are you teasing us?
She basically just said to Kirsty, "Oh, you big tease, you know you want it," because she still wants to hit that. There was a deleted scene where she and Pinhead
here
were
we
to
go.
show up as doctors before revealing themselves. I can see why it was cut out. It looks a bit silly. When she's killed, it's revealed that she was a woman. Duh. I think we're supposed to feel bad because she was so pretty. For what it's worth, she is given a backstory, I think in one of the graphic novels, where she was originally a nun called Sister Nicoletta.
So sweet of you to come back.
You're sure this is what you want?
It's what I've always wanted.
Oh, Chenard.
I have to know.
I will talk about Chenard Cenobite, of course, but I want to talk about Dr. Chenard first. He is the sort of doctor who makes people afraid to see a doctor. Despite being a good doctor in the sense of knowing his way around human anatomy, he's rather cold at first. He treats this woman like a practice dummy. I'm sure he isn't harming her, but I'm sure that having any kind of surgery performed on you, especially while you're awake, is scary as hell. And normally a doctor will talk to the patient and make sure they aren't too stressed out or afraid. I mean, I've had dentists do that while fixing a cavity. I think it's very telling that one of the first things we see when Leviathan shines the black light on him is a boy dissecting an animal. With how much blood there is, I'm gonna guess that it was alive during part of it. Kids who do stuff like
Looks
that
like a
usually
cat,
grow up
too.
to be serial killers. I think he became a doctor not to help people, but so he could dissect them. It also could be that he also likes puzzles, and he sees his patients as big puzzles that he can solve. So yeah, his dark side is not hard to see, and his becoming obsessed with some hell dimension that he read about, especially one that contains a labyrinth, which is, again, kind of like a puzzle, is not much of a stretch. Of course, he ends up over his head, but he realizes it too late. We actually get to witness his becoming a Cenobite, so there isn't much about Chenard Cenobite's general appearance that really needs to be pointed out. At one point early on, he pulls a neat trick where snake-like tentacles come out of his hands and form various objects. This is obviously stop-motion animation, and I'm sure it looks cheesy to people, but I kind of have a soft spot for this effect.
I love stop motion.
When it's done reasonably well, it still has kind of a jerky quality
There's
to
the
it,
flower.
which has kind of an uncanny valley
Reference to the
effect
first
to me.
movie.
It looks just unrealistic enough that it's unsettling.
Maybe.
It's actually one of the reasons I really enjoy the original Clash of the Titans, and why the monsters in that movie freaked me out so badly when I was a kid.
The doctor.
I'd love to talk about that movie
Oh, and there's
someday.
also the puns.
I'm taking over this operation.
Which is something I've heard fans complain about.
What was today's agenda? Ah, yes. Evisceration.
I know this kind of thing was overused by Freddy and similar villains in the 80s, but I think if the villain is threatening enough, it can work, and I feel that Channard Cenobite has the chops to pull it off. I find his voice and laugh terrifying.
I recommend amputation.
Yeah,
It has a weird,
gives me
almost
chills.
pathetic quality to it. It might have to do with whatever was happening to Channard's
What the
mouth
fuck
and
movie? I
throat
almost feel
during
like
the
I should censor
conversion.
this.
But having him come across as
Probably
that
shouldn't have,
threatening
really.
and inhuman, I think adding a twisted sense of humor adds to the horror rather than detracting from it.
Your case is closed to fair.
I will admit that he does overdo it after a certain point.
I'm afraid it's terminal.
As for that scene where he kills off the other Cenobites, some fans have speculated that it had to do with them being weakened and disoriented by learning they were once human. This has been supported by screenwriter Peter Atkins. You can decide for yourself if that justifies it or not. Personally, I think it makes sense, and even if their deaths are quick, aside from pinheads, they are at least dramatic and appear to have meaning. By the way, the name for that trope is Worf had the flu.
Worf
In the
had the
earlier
flu.
script, he had a different
I
name,
love TV
Malahide.
tropes.
It was later changed to Channard, which is derived from Christian Bernard, who performed the world's first successful heart transplant.
I'm sure he loves it. I'm sure he'd love to know that there's a Cenobite modeled after him.
Pinhead.
Oh, fuck.
His appearance didn't change
That-
much.
oh,
in
I
any
hope
way
it
that
doesn't
I've
happen
noticed.
again.
Character-wise, he emotes more. Maybe it borders on too much.
This one might get cut short too.
He does seem a little too happy and
Hopefully it
smug
wasn't
when he
long
meets
enough.
Kirsty.
Kirsty.
I'm probably nitpicking a little since I really liked how emotionless he came off in the first movie. However, this movie treats him a bit differently than the first did. In the first movie, he was one of 4 Cenobites. He still is, technically, but here he seems to be treated with extra respect by the creators. Keep in mind that while a lot of this movie was being planned and filmed, they didn't realize that Pinhead had become popular among the fans. But Clive Barker and Doug Bradley both loved the character, so I think that was showing through. I don't think they're showcasing him for the fans. I think they did it because they thought they were going to kill him off permanently and they wanted him to go out with a bang. Speaking of which, this was the first movie to hint at Pinhead's origin. Hellraiser 3 will expand on that. As much as I love this opening scene, I like how it starts off sort of mimicking the beginning of the first movie with Frank, only to reveal that this character is much more than some random guy who decided to play with a box. I wonder if maybe they should have left it out. What if we discovered who this guy was at the same time Kirsty did? What if they just dropped the clues with seeing the image of Captain Spencer among the images relating to the lament configuration, and then the image of the head with the grid lines on it, and then we see Kirsty look back at the first image again, giving us a second look. I wonder if we would have made that connection. Maybe that scene from the beginning could have been used at the point where Pinhead is looking at the picture and remembering.
I remember.
I'm not necessarily saying that would have been a better way to handle it, just throwing it out there as a possible alternate way of telling that story. Speaking of that scene, I love that once Pinhead is turned human, he doesn't speak, yet he's able to convey a lot. That look he exchanges with Kirsty, even though the script doesn't make it totally clear what it's supposed to mean, other than it's clearly a clue for her and Tiffany to get away, I like to think of it as, humans, unite! And here's something I never really caught before this time. He picks up his weapon. I think even he knows he's not going to get to use it. He knows he's going to die, but by God, he is going to die with a weapon in his hand. Worf would approve.
Worf would approve.
Oh, bye, Pinhead. See you next movie. Well, I guess that's all I have to say about Hellbound Hellraiser 2. It basically combines some of the best elements from the first movie with some more mainstream horror elements, and the end result is a nice amalgam in my opinion. We also get a nice look at the world the Cenobites come from, and I hope you liked it because we're never going to get to see anything like that again in this franchise outside comic books. Yeah, it's pretty much all downhill from here. How steep of a decline it takes depends on who you ask, and you'll find out for yourself as we go along. That's it for now. See you next time.
Oh, Hellraiser 3. I almost feel bad for leaving in the Channard mouth rape scene. Useless fact, the other Tony Randall, the one who was in The Odd Couple, was the voice of the brain gremlin in Gremlins 2. It has fuck all to do with Hellraiser, but there you go. Yeah, that's it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this website doesn't exist anymore. I never did do anything with it.
No! Take your best shot, Snow White.
I love that bit. Let me try to get caught up on the chat. Feel like if Tiffany solved a puzzle to Purgatory, I'd never solved a puzzle again. We do have a Hellraiser and Silent Hill crossover. It's Dead by Daylight. Well, that's true. The Arrow Blue box of Hellraiser 1, 2, 3. You mean Blu-ray? Oops. Scrolled too far. I did not. I swear symbolism is one of your favorite words. Well, I like seeing it in media. I think it's cool when it's used well. H.R. Leviathan comes off like the end of... Oh, you mean Hellraiser Leviathan, right? I've never seen that, what you're referring to there. Flick knife dude. God damn it. Yeah, season 10 was the one where I didn't like Kat's hairstyle. I don't remember why you mentioned that, but yeah. Oh, because I was talking about, what's her name's hair. I can pull off big hair. I'd rather not. 80s fashions and pop culture, I'll happily take. Everything else, scorched earth. Yeah. Poor Butterball, brought down by pizza. Shame the same thing never happened to Eddie. Yes, Chatterer was a child, which is all kinds of fucked up and weird, and I'm not sure how that works, but... Imagine finding out your teacher was in Hellraiser. I think I remember hearing that she apparently has had some of them recognize her. True torture indeed. Hi Kalila, thank you. I'm good. I hope you're doing well too. That reminds me of the twins in Code Veronica, where you see that childhood film of them ripping a dragon flying his wings off and feeding it to ants. Yeah, I remember that. That was pretty creepy. Oh, Sarah M. also likes stop motion. That's cool.
Will I review Resident Evil, the game? Probably not. You guys always think I'm a bigger fan of Resident Evil than I am. I like playing the games, but I'm not like a huge fan of the franchise or anything. I've really only played about 3 of the games also. Damn it, I lost track of where I was. There we are. Some of the most messed up imagery I've ever seen. Yeah, Hellraiser 2 goes really hard. Worf always had to be someone's butt monkey, didn't he? Usually Q's. Yeah. Maybe I should turn the volume down. Oh, it's a little late for that. Maybe I'll turn it down a bit for the next one. You guys can tell me if it's not loud enough. Oh, you guys are agreeing with me on when they reveal who Pyramid Head is. Pinhead. I'm always saying Pyramid Head when I mean to say Pinhead. Puzzle trauma, who knew? This film manages to out-labyrinth the labyrinth from Labyrinth. Okay, Sarah, thanks for stopping by. An all-day Scream movie marathon tomorrow. Oh, that sounds fun. So I guess Pinhead's sin was wrath, Butterballs was gluttony, and Deep Throat was lust, and that just leaves Chatterer. I don't know that it's meant to be the 7 deadly, represent the 7 deadly sins necessarily. You loved Brain Gremlin's plummy English accent. Slap. And Chatterer probably just talked too much. If the scene where Tifa and Scarlet have their slapping match in Junon doesn't sound like that slap in the remake, I'll be very disappointed. What about the... Where was I? Oh. The Hell Priest, thank you. You opened the stream, I came. Oh, thank you, that's awesome. So I guess Pinhead's sin was oh. I already read that. Okay, Kel, thanks for stopping by again. Probably long gone. Oh, I'm behind. That was just one I missed earlier. The Hellraiser crossover with Hello Kitty, Hellraiser. That slapping scene is a perfect representation of what Harry Potter fans wish happened to Umbridge. Of course she loves symbolism. She's a Silent Hill fan, exactly. Yes, Special Iron. I know you'll never get tired of Flick Knife, dude. Umuzaki was famous horror manga, also milquetoast movie and soon to be anime. Obsessed with spirals. First chapter ends with a character cramming himself into a pot in a gruesome spiral shape. Weird. Pinhead's weapon must be ceremonial. Could be. Imagine watching Hellraiser and realizing Deep Throat looks like your teacher. The locust-eating tramp? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, hey, Lint. Looks like a crow made a forest sandwich. Now on to Dina's favorite movie in the series. Yeah. Oh, I do eventually get to Hellraiser movies that are worse than 3, but it takes a while. Greatest Cenobite ever, CD face. I think my favorite line in that Rick and Morty episode with the Cenobite XPs was when one of them was like, he was dying and he was like, is this the end of clothespin nipples or something like that? That was great. I think it was clothespin nipples. Apparently Chatterer was a boy named Jim who killed his dad and framed his mom for it. It was on TV Tropes. Ah. Yeah, it's possible that some comic went into it. Oh, hey, George, you made it. Yeah, I'm going to be going for at least another hour. I want to get to the end of Bloodline. At that point, I'll be about at the halfway point, and then we can watch the rest tomorrow. Oh, another person with an uncle named Frank. Pyramid Head and Pinhead's Day Out. Hi, Mac of Hearts. Yeah, you're late, but I've still got, as I was just saying, I've still got at least another hour to go, maybe 2. Probably not 2, actually, but then again, we'll see. I think Hellraiser has outgrimdarked My Little Pony cupcakes from the little that I've seen. I don't know, possibly. The victims aren't cute little ponies in this one, though, so. I remember a Silent Hill stream of yours, and I made a joke about Pyramid Head taking off his helmet and revealing Pinhead. That's funny. Chatterer's sin was being a troll in chat rooms. How the Hellraiser are you? Everyone's reaction to Hell Priest, that's great. Cybercat has such sights to show me. You know, it's a good stream when Pinhead himself donates, or denates, right? In the Scarlet Gospel, that was it. I was trying to remember the name of that earlier, and I can't remember if I got it right. Where it's told largely from Pinhead's point of view, it's made clear he either has indifference or loathing for his fellow Cenobites, with Butterball being the most hated. Interesting. He used the Leviathan method for staying youthful. Now I'm just imagining Pinhead and Pyramid Head having a drink together, bonding over how they're similar names and lamenting how their respective series went downhill. I'm not sure why you guys are bringing up the Vagrant from the first movie. I'm sure I'm just forgetting something, but I'm not sure what you're referring to. I personally endorse Hellraiser Hellworld with Henry Cavill, Lance Henriksen, and Ron out of Goodnight, Sweetheart. Whatever. I mean, that would be a good way to make people suffer, have them watch Hellworld. I thought the greatest Cenobite was Poker Face. Hi, Mikey and Janie. Love the channel. Would love to see you react to your awesome Red Dwarf vids. Thank you. Yeah, I'm getting a surprising amount of requests for that. So maybe I'll do that sometime in the future. Probably won't be around for tomorrow's streams. I'll be working late, but I might catch the later part depending on how long you go. Okay, Special Iron. It's understandable. Chatter was punished for lies, no lips. Oh, thank you, John. Dina's the best streamer. Love the stream, and the people in the chat makes my day funner. Yeah, we've got a pretty good community here. Oh yeah, camera head. That was something. Disco ball head would arise. Head. Oh boy. Hate to waste good suffering, but I am needed elsewhere. I hope your ordeal will not be utterly agonizing. Thank you, Hell Priest. Thank you for stopping by. Once again, probably gone by now, but how is Boxhead doing lately? I try to avoid Boxhead whenever I can. I have such sights to show you. Do you have a passport? That's necessary. If that tea time happened, I'd imagine Pyramid Head would drink with his hands after that first cutscene with him. Always got the impression he could sense with his hands, probably via smell. Oh, Pyramid Head. See, I was thinking Pinhead when you said Pyramid Head. I don't know what the hell you were talking about. Punhead. I'll tell your world a new one. Oh, thank you again, Hell Priest. I like Pinhead using the game over sticker. The BBC is very, very stingy record. Oh, tell me about it. I'd have to do what I'm doing here and like flip it and have it be really small on the screen. The fact that DS9 had actors from Hellraiser makes me sad we never had Garrick, or Mirror Garrick say to Jedzia, "Come to Daddy." Although Jedzia's episode did have a scene that mirrors Hellraiser 3. I just got a knock at the door. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Decided to take a restroom break while I was up. Yeah, it turned out to be a package, which is what I figured. I didn't remember what package. I didn't remember that we had a package coming. There it goes. Stands to reason I have to miss one stream every now and then. Yeah, I still have a pretty good attendance record. Yeah, you do. Dina's usually great. You got him, Special Iron. Special Iron was saying earlier that you would say that if you were here. Maybe Siren Head has been a Cenobite this whole time. You know, Hell Priest, you got a pretty bad rap it. You're actually an awesome dude. Avoiding box head is that jerk stealing from the fridge again. Build a wall around the puzzle box. I like that. Get the Cenobites to pay for it. Oh, God. Ooh, pizza sounds good. Don't answer, it's probably Chenard, or even worse, Walmart. This is a modern horror movies chart. I know that Dina knows too much. If anything, I know too little. And then the stream ends on an empty chair. Leviathan can see your hidden desires, but can he see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? That's a good one. If I get Jehovah's Witnesses at my door, I just tell them I'm sorry, but I never saw the accident. Is package a euphemism? No. At least you haven't asked about any Echo live action remakes yet. Jemima's Witnesses. Boxhead removed the box from his head. Dina was in shock. He had been Lee this whole time. Got a terrible attendance record. I usually go, sweet, Dina's streaming, I should watch that. And then my meds go, nah, you want to sleep. Kicks me in the junk. That's why you're always missing them. Well. We are going to build a walrus? What? Sadly, Echo live action can never happen. Well, you finally admit it. Anyone ever seen a riff on Pyramid Head with changing the shape to represent an Egyptian or Mayan pyramid? Oh, no, I don't think I've seen anything like that, oddly enough. It seems like an obvious joke somebody could make. James had to kill 2 people to get 2 pyramid heads. What do you have to do to get 2 box heads? Okay, let's keep going. Do I want more caffeine? I think I do. Okay. That's a good point. How do you get box head in the first place? I am getting a little bit burned out, so I think a little bit more caffeine would be a good idea. I actually have my Crystal Light packets right here, but I still gotta get water from the fridge, so I'll be right back. I see you, so. I just gave Soul a tummy rub with my foot. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get crystallite to dissolve. I'll be right back. I'm just getting a Kleenex. We're out of napkins, so I'm having to use Kleenex to wipe the stuff off my hand. To prove my point, I passed out for about 10 minutes already. I've taken measures. To keep that from happening again. I've actually been falling asleep at my desk at home lately while working. How do you get box head? You open a box and find the box. I'm eating dates and walnuts, if anyone's wondering. Bloodlines has Rimmer in it. A Rimmer, yeah. Legal methods? You have to forget to get the post and then Boxhead knocking on your door asking if you have customer insurance. Oh god, here comes the bot. I wonder why the chat was moving so fast. It's like right in the middle of reading the chat and suddenly it starts moving. God, that's so obnoxious. At least they showed up like while I was reading the chat, and I was down far enough that I could actually see them coming. Worked in a box factory or UPS. The box ghost. That episode of Red Dwarf when they all become Crichton is reminding me of this a bit. It's still not dissolved, but it's getting there. He's the vengeful spirit of a box that Soul slept in and destroyed with his doofiness. That sounds about right. Pinhead just wants to stop being used as a pincushion. I don't know, I think he's kind of into it. The classic foot tummy rub. I do that with my cats too. It's more convenient apart from when they trip me. Yeah. Damn it. More chats just loaded up. We can hear them crunching? Okay, you guys don't have to alert me about bots. It just gives me more messages to read. Hi VT Merrick. Been subbed for quite a while. This is my first stream to catch while I power wash virtually. Yeah, that game looks fun. I don't know what it costs, but I might get it sometime. Do we really seem like the sort of people who want to visit random sex sites? Now I will never know the best adult dating site. Hi, D Surgeon. I think this is the first chat of yours I saw. Message, whatever. About to be more effective if they offered free trips to Silent Hill. Bots, we have such sites to everyone. No! Alright, Moonbeam, thanks for stopping by. You're probably long gone. Maybe not. I'm almost caught up. Unlike Silent Hill protagonists, we are not sexually repressed. We don't need sexy faceless nurses in our lives. Oh, I forgot to put something in my drink. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'll just be 1 second, I promise. One issue I have with Crystal Light is that it's a little too sweet, which I wouldn't mind except that it's artificial sweetener. So I need to like tone down the sweetness with a little bit of lemon juice, and I forgot to do that this time. We only like skinless Julia's here. Get power washing, everybody. I do need to brew coffee that will power wash my stomach. Oh, George and his coffee. They're so blatantly bots, they must think we're stupid. Yeah. Yes, we are watching Hellraiser. Hi, Drake. I think this is your first comment. Yeah, I'm up to Hellraiser 3, which I'm almost caught up on the chat, and then I'm going to play it. I'm guessing that something is lime in her drink. You're really close, actually. Am I okay? Yeah, I was hurrying out of the kitchen and I like bumped into the trash bin with my leg. Dina just destroy her kitchen. Oh, okay, yeah. I already explained what happened. Rhombus head. Come to Silent Hill, you might get psychologically scarred, but the view is great and you'll never see fog like it. Okay. Let me know if this is too loud or too quiet or anything. Oh, hell on earth. Here we go. Hey, this is Dina. Welcome to the den. Well, here we are at part 3 of the Hellraiser franchise. Behind the scenes, a lot happened between Hellraiser 2 and Hellraiser 3. Some of it was unused ideas, but most of it boring legal stuff that basically meant that Clive Barker's own studio lost the rights to the franchise, and it was now owned by Miramax, who several years after Hellraiser 2 decided they wanted another Hellraiser movie. And they weren't including Clive Barker. And then they were, then they weren't again. In the end, he got a producer credit with no creative control until post-production. Meanwhile, Hellraiser 3 was the first Hellraiser movie to be made in the US instead of the UK. And it shows because this is the point where it just goes full-on mainstream horror. Whether or not that's completely a bad thing, we'll get to that. So far, so good on the volume. The movie opens up on this poser. Oh, this guy. Anyway, his name is JP. There are definitely parts of this movie I really like. The pillar from the end of Hellraiser 2 from this creepy guy.
Take pleasure in it.
Meanwhile, a reporter named Joey is wrapping up a news story that she wasn't too crazy about having to report on.
Very bored. No story, no life. Really, really pissed off.
If she looks familiar, it's because she was played by Terry Farrell, who, like Andrew Robinson, was also on Star Trek Deep Space Nine. So a story breaks out somewhere else, but there's already a reporter there.
But hurry, Doc. A real story with a real reporter.
Lighten up.
How do you start the
Story of your
video?
life
This is a
could be
bad
right
movie.
around the corner.
Is the story of my life.
So all her crew leaves before she does, and now she's in Silent Hill.
You gotta be shitting me.
Anyway, they wheel in a guy
Alex
with
the potty
chains
mouth.
hanging off of him, and I guess we're supposed to think that this is what happens to the physical body while the soul is in hell, but why are the chains there? And I don't think the Hellraiser universe works that way anyway, since everyone in the first movie just thought Frank had disappeared. And there was no mention of Julia's body being found in Hellraiser 2. Seriously, why are these chains not connected to anything instead of coming out of a puzzle box? I think we're supposed to shrug this off as being some mystical thing that we aren't meant to understand, but that just really bugs me.
I don't know if I'm being a little nitpicky there, maybe.
I like how they show the flatlining afterwards, so we wouldn't wonder if he survived his head exploding.
Your technique, it's all wrong.
Anyway, cue the scene about how she wants to be a serious reporter, but no one takes her seriously because she's a woman or whatever.
Hardly any thought.
Sometime later, she goes to the nightclub where the girl from the hospital said the guy was injured. And she totally doesn't stick out like a sore thumb here.
Excuse me?
So it turns out this nightclub was owned by JP, the guy who bought the pillar in the beginning.
I don't think I'm your type. You see, I'm out of grade school.
Gee, maybe the reason people don't take you seriously as a reporter is because you're so quick to give up. A guy doesn't give you the answer you want right away and you immediately leave in a huff. Later that night, she's having a nightmare about her father being killed in Vietnam and is woken up by a phone call from the girl in the beginning who apparently caught wind that Joey was looking for her. Her name is Terry, by the way, which I like to imagine creating amusing confusion on set. So Terry doesn't have a place to stay, so Joey offers to let her stay with her in exchange for telling her what happened to the guy in the beginning. So Terry asks about the dream and...
It's my father.
Oh, right. What did he used to...
No.
Yeah, she's kind of an idiot.
What?
I have to admit that she does grow on me pretty quickly.
Just, I don't dream. Never have. No, it's just, it's really neat for me to hear about dreams. I'm jealous.
She's kind of quirky.
Hey, this is great, isn't it? I mean, just, two girls talking, having a conversation. Good coffee.
Terry, something awful happened to that boy.
I think some people like to ship them.
What it was. Chains. Where did the chains come from?
It's weird, but there are a couple shots in this movie that look like they were made with 3D in mind.
Said it came out of this.
Back in the Boiler Room Club, JP
Oh, thank you,
notices
Red
the
Death.
puzzle box-shaped hole in the pillar and hears
Happy
sounds
Saturday.
coming from it. So naturally, he blindly
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
sticks his hand in there. Jesus, is that a rat or a really tiny bulldog? So anyway,
Really
kind
tiny
of like how
bulldog.
Larry's hand injury in the first movie got blood on the floor, which started Frank's resurrection, JP's blood gets on the pillar, which absorbs it in a similar way, and I think we know where this is going. The next morning, Terry mentions that the puzzle box came from a store, the one from the beginning, so they go down there to check it out, and of course it's been closed for a long time.
It's a cute outfit Terry
However,
Farrell's
it's not
wearing.
empty, so they at least didn't go the cliche bit where it's been abandoned for years. They break in and do some digging and find out that the pillar came from the Chenard Institute, though the mattress was in Chenard's home in the previous movie.
Hey, Joey. Check it out.
Back at the boiler room, JP singles out this particular blonde chick.
You're JP Monroe, right?
That's right.
And this is your club?
Right again.
Great club.
And good lord, she's a bad actor. Not that he's much better.
Don't put yourself down. If you have a quality, you should be proud of that.
Anyway, they end up banging. I'll be honest, a big reason why JP rubs me the wrong way is because he feels like an ex-B of Frank. Kind of the general look of him, along with how he's into dark stuff and he's a hedonist. But what made Frank interesting is that he took his shit seriously and he traveled the world looking for something to scratch that itch. The opening scene in the first movie where he's buying the puzzle box takes place in Morocco, not to mention that he's dangerous and has an actual edge to him. Meanwhile, JP is this little rich brat who can just buy whatever he wants, is apparently happy with just banging tons of women, and he just feels like a pale imitation who is trying to be edgy with his silly bangs and cowboy boots. Also, he thinks his
Silly
own
bangs
climax
and
is so
cowboy
epic.
boots.
I just can't leave this alone.
Just not interested.
God, I haven't seen Beowulf
Like
in
I'm not
ages.
an interesting person?
Now get dressed and get out of here.
Bastard!
Lady, what did you think he wanted from you? Come on, a guy doesn't immediately bang you because he cares about your opinions. I mean, I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for her, but she's just so lacking in common sense that it's hard to... Ow. Shit, well, she didn't deserve that.
Jesus Christ.
Not quite.
So, on one hand,
Not
Pinhead is
quite.
back, so yay. On the other, his face is sticking out the side of a pillar. I'm just gonna try to pretend this doesn't look ridiculous and move on. Anyway, he tries to convince JP that they are alike.
so goofy. You enjoyed the girl.
Yes.
Good. So did I.
That was creepy, I love that line.
No, what you did, that was fucking evil, man.
There is no good, Monroe. There is no evil. There is only flesh. Patterns to which we submitted.
No fucking way.
Oh, how touching. That is the gun you used to kill your parents.
So apparently JP killed his parents so he could inherit their money. Nice.
Their fortune was so tempting, their affection so conditional. What else could you do?
That picture on the wall, I don't think I ever noticed that before.
Tempting their affection so...
I don't think I ever noticed that before. Heart-shaped pasties. Real classy. Stay classy there, JP.
conditional. What else could you do?
And no, he's still a poser. Show, don't tell movie. You haven't convinced me that I should be afraid of this guy. Really, movie?
And we talk sensibly.
So Pinhead has all joined me and together we can rule the galaxy as father and son, or something.
Imagine a world of the body as canvas, the body as clay, your will and mine as the brush.
I think I've had too much caffeine. And JP seems pretty much convinced. I just want to point out that up until this movie I could not bring myself to edit or talk over Pinhead's dialogue, and now I'm glossing over it. Granted, that could change later once the movie picks up steam, but still. Meanwhile, Joey has dug up a videotape of one of Kirsty's sessions at the Channard Institute. Not sure when this was supposed to have been recorded since she was only there for like a day, and she never did get around to telling Channard her whole story, but whatever. Yeah. Anyway, there's a weird glitch where someone else shows up.
She's telling the truth, Joey.
Back at Joey's place, Terry gets a call from JP who tries to get her to come over.
Oh, I can't. I just can't.
But fortunately she doesn't. I forgot to mention that Joey offered to let Terry stay with her indefinitely since she didn't have anywhere else to go. So she's upset when she hears this message.
You got that job in Monterey. Now you're gonna have to sell me your condo.
Despite the fact that Joey probably put in for that job ages ago and who knows if she'd still want to accept it. And if had she just talked to Joey about it, she could have saved both of them a lot of trouble in the end. Like I said, Terry's an idiot. So obviously Joey comes home to find that Terry has left.
Monterey, you liar.
Later that night, she has one of those nightmares again. Only this time a new character appears.
Joey.
New
The same
challenger
guy who shows up
approaches.
in the video. And then he shows up on her TV after she wakes up.
You have to help me.
Meanwhile, Terry has gone back to JP. Naturally, he keeps trying to lure her toward
How
the
many
pillar
outfits
to feed
does she
Pinhead.
wear?
I want to tell you it's all right.
Okay, that's funny.
No. Come today.
Yeah, you are not Frank. Stop it.
No, I can't.
So there's a struggle and Terry manages to knock JP out. You go, girl.
I run, Terry.
I regret saying
She
that
tries
so
to
much.
leave,
It was
but
meant to
Pinhead
be
lures her
funny,
back
but
with promises of a new world where things will be better.
Black miracles, dark wonders, another life of unknown pleasures.
Pinhead just needs a victim. He doesn't care which one it is.
Hell has no furies for a woman scorned.
I like that line.
God, she's so weak and pathetic. I'm guessing this probably isn't meant to be funny, but I find it hilarious anyway.
It goes on so long, too. Maybe it is meant to be funny, who knows?
So JP gets a couple of pistons shoved into his head and dies, I guess. I just realized that Pinhead didn't actually consume him like he did to the bimbo from earlier, so... Yeah, why did he need another body before being able to bust out of the pillar? Anyway, get ready for one of my favorite shots of Pinhead from the entire series.
I love
this. Doug Bradley is just so good at taking a simple gesture like that and making it look majestic. Well, I'm almost at the halfway mark, and the movie's about to get a lot more interesting, so I'm ending part 1 here. Believe it or not, I do recommend watching it before I get to part 2, as things are about to pick up big time. Okay, let me get caught up on the chat again. Oh, which would you prefer, the pitch meeting guy at Screen Rant Parody? Hellraiser 3, Silent Hill film, or Pet Cemetery 2? Good question. I'm not sure. Those all sound amusing. Referring to Silent Hill, and at least you get some decent therapy, and it's even free. So far, so good on the volume. That's good. I may have read that already. Hell on Earth wasn't that the plot of the South Park in the movie. Even though I have a soft spot for Hell on Earth, I do love your approach to this film. I already read that earlier, I think. Actually, I don't remember if I reacted to it. I may have just read it silently. Take Bloodlines over Hell on Earth any day. Yeah, same. Ah, yes, the movie where Pinhead pulled a Dr. James Marcus, Resident Evil 0, and went, and the world will burn in an inferno of hate. Oh, Lee is keeping an eye on the chat. I appreciate it, Lee. Thank you. I just noticed the stupid chat refreshed, and I saw that he had deleted a bunch of bot posts. Earlier, I meant that if the music is causing the stream to get interrupted by copyright, that maybe you could turn it down then. Oh, I see what you mean. JP dying is so satisfying. Yeah, fuck that guy. She sounds like a robot trying to speak like a human. Do you mean Terry Farrell? Yeah, her delivery sometimes isn't great in this movie. For some odd reason, she makes me think of Mitzi from The Cat Lady. Oh, you mean the Terry character. Not to be confused with Terry Farrell, who plays Joey. People would ship anyone and anything. Well, yeah. Perfect timing on that donation. I must have missed something. I'm sure there's slash fiction about the rat in that, dude. I'm good too. Thanks again for the stream. I hope you have a great one. Thank you, Red Death. Glad you're liking it. JP is a discount Patrick Bateman. Oh, that's the character from American Psycho, right? Haven't actually seen that. Not a fan of the Hellraiser franchise, and even I can tell how this is not Hellraiser. Yeah. Dina and the cowboy boots. Yeah, I hated his fucking boots. I mean, that guy is kind of hot. Terrible hair, though. Yeah, I mean, he's not hard to look at. He's a good-looking guy, but yeah, that hair is awful, and I'm so put off by his character. It's hard to see him in a positive way, but yeah. I actually burst out laughing at Jesus Christ. Not quite. Pinhead is the best thing about Hell on Earth. Yeah, I mean, the movie overall is not great, but Pinhead has some great moments in it. Talk about disproportionate retribution. Yeah. I just got Voldemort vibes. There's no good or evil, Harry. There is only death. Oh, you talking about the bad acting? You're probably talking about the girlfriend, not girlfriend, but the lady that Pinhead ended up killing. Dina getting jittery. I am a little bit, yeah. I think this was maybe a little too much caffeine. Pinhead is Darth Vader. JP is just ew, tries too hard. Yeah, he's an awful character. Join me and together we can rule hell as father and son. Hi Sally, I don't think I saw you posting earlier. So JP murdered his parents and got away with it. He was never a suspect, I guess. Or he was a suspect for a bit, and I don't know. It doesn't really go into it, and I don't know that it matters that much. That was funny the way he nommed the something at the start. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Oh, oops. Lee messed up and deleted, shit. Lee accidentally deleted one of Oblivious's messages. Sorry, Oblivious. I don't think I can view the oh, you were just saying bots back. Okay. Well, it's weird that it doesn't give me an option to undo that. Yeah, it's another reason why you guys shouldn't post a lot when there's bots posting, because one of us could... Oh, yeah, and there's another message Lee accidentally deleted. I'll have to talk to him about that later. Yeah, because sometimes when you're, like, trying to delete a bunch of bot messages, and, like, sometimes one of your guys' messages could slip in. John said, oops, a bot. Flash said, why more bots? Okay. I can't figure out if it's appropriate for this both to show up during this stream or not. I'm not sure what you mean. I've heard there's a divide of opinions between the original Pet Sematary film and the remake. Really? I know some people were kind of looking forward to the remake when they saw the trailer, but I haven't heard anything good about the actual movie, I don't think. Hellraiser 3 pitch meeting. Why did Joey see the chains on the victim? I don't know. Fair enough. So what else happens? Pretty much. Apparently Stephen King isn't a big fan of how Pet Sematary turned out. He thinks it's too dark and bleak. As in the original story? I can believe that. F that guy and the stupid cowboy boots he walked in on, Dina, probably. Avoided the original movie and story for years because I'm an aunt now. Yeah, it's a little hard to watch. I personally love Pet Sematary, but it's definitely a hard watch if you're a parent or anything. Okay, Cal, thanks for stopping by. Probably already gone. I think siding with Pinhead is just a bad idea, yeah. Nom nom to the girl. Oh, okay. Family and friends are usually the first suspects. Anyone close to the victim? Ah, well. Oh, no hard feelings. That's good. Well, I think we can all agree that Silent Hill Downpour's JP is the superior one. Yeah. But is he still falling? I played against Pinhead in a Dead by Daylight and the box got stuck in a tree where no one could get it. I wonder if that's a strategy they'll try in a future film. No, Lee's not in trouble. I was just going to mention it to him in case he didn't realize he did it. Spray and pray, School of Modding. Remake was one of the worst horror movies in my collection, and I have some monumental stinkers in it. How much worse would a Silent Hill movie or a worse Hellraiser movie be if M. Night Shyamalan directed? The remake is trash. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I have not seen the Pet Sematary remake, but it looks pretty bad. It's pretty good till the halfway point, then it just felt pale next to the original despite some interesting changes. Also, I was talking about advertising for lewd services showing up for a Hellraiser movie review thing and whether it's weirdly appropriate or not. Oh, talking about. Okay. I saw talking about and I wasn't sure. I'm like, talking to a bot? What? My toddler nephew lives next to a road where people drive too fast. My sister and I both acknowledged the Pet Sematary perils after she bought the place. Oh boy. JP didn't die, he's just falling. Remember how Pet Sematary 2 was originally supposed to focus on Ellie, but producers believed that people wouldn't watch a movie focusing on a teenage girl lead? Yikes. I'd like to do that clip of him eating the girl while editing Popeye eating spinach noises over it. Do 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 do. He's still falling. That's a bummer. Never seen either Pet Sematary film or read the book. As a pet owner, I already know I wouldn't like it. It's not really that much about pets. That's really just kind of the where it starts. It's really more about death in general. I didn't know there was a remake of Deathbed. I haven't even seen the original. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to watch Old, if only because it looks so fucking ridiculous. I think it might be somewhere that I can watch it now, but I forget where. Okay, I am definitely going to go past 5 o'clock. Oh well. I thought 5 was being generous, to be honest. I should have known better. I'm probably going to go until 6. Ah, well. Are you secretly Canadian, though? That would be talking a boot. So back at Joey's house, she's woken up again to find an old-fashioned radio in her closet. This radio was the very first thing
Children are basically pets, but more annoying.
Proto-Pinhead trying to solve the limit configuration. It wasn't playing music, though.
Proto-Pinhead.
She fiddles with the knob a bit until...
Is that Tara?
Baby.
There's a familiar scene. He apparently cannot see or hear her, but a door opens. She walks through it, and no, we're not going to see hell again, sadly. She ends up on a battlefield at nighttime.
I don't understand. Am I dreaming this?
You'll have to help me.
What's Hellraiser for you with, Mama?
So we find out that this guy, along with being Proto-Pinhead from the previous movie, is the ghost of Captain Elliot Spencer.
Well done. Brave girl.
Oh, come
Probably never
on.
shaken
Oh,
hands with a ghost.
fine. He's such a butt.
What the hell is going on?
Hell is exactly what is going on, Joey. And we have to stop it.
He says that he needs her help because he cannot interact with the real world, only her dream world. He explains that the war had destroyed him, and as most ex-soldiers became alcoholics, he discovered a different kind of addiction. Cue a recap of the opening to Hellbound, and then Pinhead's death.
Monster as I was bound by laws. Hell has its commandments too, you know.
Told by the man himself.
That's such a cute line. Hell has its
Except that he
commandments
didn't
too,
die
you know.
exactly. Pinhead's humanity died, but the demon part of him continued to exist, trapped in the pillar.
Well, no longer, Joey. The shell of the beast has been fleshed.
You know, he's part of Pinhead, so I'll allow it.
The shell of the beast has been fleshed. What I was is out there in your world.
So he explains that if she opens the box, it'll bring
Tara
Pinhead
wanted
to
attention,
this
but
other
not really,
dimension
pretty
and they
much.
can rejoin. It's also mentioned that Pinhead cannot take the box from her, but he can persuade her to give it to him, so she has to be careful about that. Gotta say, I'm not a fan of the whole club setting. I think they're trying to capture that dark feel that Hell had in the previous movie, but it just feels so contrived to me. Also, the movies have had a quiet dignity about them, which was echoed in the previous scene, and then we cut from that to loud-ass rock music, and it's really jarring in a bad way. This isn't why I'm watching a Hellraiser movie. I can see this shit anywhere. Anyway, stuff in the club starts to come to life. I'm suddenly having Nightmare on Elm Street 2 flashbacks.
Oh yeah.
I'm here to help you. Help yourself, fucker!
Help yourself, fucker! Shall we begin?
So Pinhead wastes everyone in the club in really gruesome ways.
Oof.
And that's pretty much the whole scene. Also, death by icicle fellatio, because why not?
Or weird.
I do get a kick out of the shot at the end where we see blood seeping out from under the door and the screams get progressively quieter as there are fewer people left alive. So Joey hears about it on the news and she calls her camera guy and he agrees to meet her there because he's closer. So she goes and takes the puzzle box with her. And then it's revealed that the news story was an illusion to lure her there. And when she gets there, she can't find the cameraman. Lots of dead bodies, though. Oh my god, is that guy hanging from a hook by his tongue? Ugh.
Yikes. I was bad at it.
These corpses range from horrific to comical. Didn't I see something like that in a Tom and Jerry cartoon?
Oh no, you can see my
I also had to
mouse
pause
pointer.
here to realize
Oops.
that this guy is on a poker table with poker chips meticulously glued around the edges for some reason, and there are dice in his eyes and poker chips in his mouth, and he's wrapped in Christmas lights for some reason. Okay, that part I caught, but for how quickly they show this, it's hard to tell what all is going on as far as the poker stuff.
And yes,
And
if
then
he was a
there's the
Cenobite.
cameraman. Now I'm reminded of Sonic Dreams collection.
Oh god.
Oh, it's unbearable, isn't it?
I wonder if anyone even remembers that. Kind of came and went.
The agony of friends.
I was gonna say something, I forgot what it was.
Is like razors through flesh. Oh, come. Oh, you can hear its faint echo right now. Oh, no, you can't stop me, child. But you don't have to hear the music.
So Pinhead tries to convince her to give him the box.
You're gonna have to come and get me, you ugly fuck.
Oh, spirited.
Ugly fuck.
Yes, Pinhead, we know you like it when they play hard to get.
I enjoy making you bleed. And I'll enjoy making you enjoy it.
That was a great line.
Interesting timing there.
So Joey lightly jogs away from Pinhead.
Oh, wow,
Seriously,
thank you,
this is not the body language of someone who is
Nato
running away in
Kij.
terror. She looks like she's rushing
I don't know what to put here, but best of luck and keep being amazing. Thank you so much.
to get to work on
Wow.
time or something and is being careful not to get too sweaty or anything. You know,
Thanks for sorry to keep pausing, but thank you for all the donations, you guys. I really appreciate it. I see someone posted Panda do thy work after Lee got more chat bots.
I get that she's the main character and so obviously she isn't going to die, at least not yet. But it's a bit weird that we just saw Pinhead horrifically slaughter a building full of people, yet he can only slightly injure this one person.
Have you seen what he did to me, you little bitch?
Freddy,
Oh.
is that you?
Freddy,
But yeah,
is that you?
her cameraman has been turned into a Cenobite during the 10 minutes he was off screen. To be fair, I guess it didn't take that long for Chenard to become a Cenobite in the previous movie either. But at least a lot happened during that time, so it felt like a lot of time had passed. Plus, we saw part of it, and at least it felt like a big event. In this movie, it happens off screen to everyone, and it's treated like an afterthought.
Whoa, what the Ready for your close-up, Joey?
Maybe it is Freddy. And there's the DJ, who is now CD head. I'm going to talk more about it later, but long story short, I am not a fan of the Cenobite designs in this movie. And there's another one called Barbie. I don't know if I ever noticed before that he was holding one of those drink mixing things. So apparently he was the bartender. The cops try to intervene, but that goes about as well for them as you'd expect.
CD to the nose.
And because if there's one thing the earlier Cenobites lacked, it was pithy catchphrases.
That's a wrap.
So glad they corrected that. Anyway, Joey takes refuge in a church.
Another bad edit. Jesus, Dina.
They just keep coming. They just keep coming.
Keeps coming.
The demons. The demons. The demon. The demon.
The demon. The demon.
Also, that was a really goofy sounding read. I can't believe they didn't do another take of that.
Demons? Demons aren't real. They're parables, metaphors.
Then what the fuck is that?
Okay, that was funny. Welcome to one of my favorite
And
scenes
what the
from
fuck
this
is
whole
that?
franchise.
Yeah. The rest of the movie. This
That
makes
is a
up for
hell
the
an
rest of the
entrance.
movie.
I love how the church itself seems to be quaking in fear.
How dare you! Thou shalt not bow down before any graven image.
That's right, he knows all your little sayings and can use them against you. By the way, an earlier script had those little worm things at the ends of the pins burrowing into his hands. I guess they couldn't get the effect right, so instead Pinhead just sticks the pins along with the worms into his own hands, which makes the worms a bit pointless, but the effect is more like a crucifixion.
I am the way.
Really, this scene has no point other than Pinhead mocking Christianity and generally being awesome. Wow, that priest is dumb.
Oh, such a limited imagination.
I'm just gonna run right up to the guy with pins in his face. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to me.
This is my body. This is my blood. Happy are they who come to my supper.
He's just like, I am Jesus now, bitch. What are you gonna do about it? Ew.
Come on. Come on. Come on and get it. This is what you want.
She's like, here, Pinhead, here, Pinhead. That guy could not get that piece of
And
Pinhead
Joey
out
goes
of
for
his
another
mouth
little
fast
jog.
enough.
And now we see that JP and Terry have become Cenobites. Again, off screen.
I can dream now, Joey. Oh, you wouldn't believe what I can dream of now.
Relax, baby. This is better than sex.
Get it? Because JP liked to bang a lot of women. Ha! And why is Joey just standing there?
Really?
The handmaid, Joey. A shadow of my former troops.
That's putting it nicely. So Joey
He
finally
looked at
does
her like,
something
"Don't
useful
call me
and
that."
solves the puzzle box, sending back all the Cenobites. But then she gets sent somewhere. A bright sunny field where her father is waiting for her.
What's the reward? Oh, Daddy.
They said you'd have something for me. Something you won't need anymore.
This. Here, take it.
Dumbass.
God damn it, Joey, you had one job.
Thank you, Joey.
Oof, Pinhead does not look right in the daylight.
Couldn't resist playing games, could you?
Captain Spencer to the rescue.
Now, we're going to hell. Ladies first. No! You'll like her better this way. Trust me.
Why does this movie feel the need to make Pinhead look goofy?
There is a world out there waiting to yield to us. So much flesh. So many different pleasures.
So now it's the good and bad halves of Pinhead against each other, with Joey hanging in the balance.
You're right. You do belong together.
And when when Captain Spencer grabs Pinhead, for some reason they merge. That's an interesting effect. And for some reason that doesn't seem to do anything.
Now, where were we?
Though apparently Captain Spencer is in there, he just has a hard time having any control.
Joey! Send me to hell!
So it helps, it just doesn't cause Pinhead to revert to how he was previously.
Go to hell.
I guess if she can't open the box, stabbing him with it will do. Geez, seems to have corrected itself, but like, I feel like there are some shots of Pinhead where some of the pins are sort of hanging. Like they aren't on all the way. Like they fucked up the makeup a little bit. I don't know, might have been my imagination. Even his death looks goofy. What the fuck? Bye, Pinhead. See you next movie. So only the box is left, and Joey goes to a construction site and drops it into some wet cement. Good thing that's the only one, huh? Granted, she can't really know that, but I don't think this movie does either. Or the next one. Apparently depositing the puzzle box at this construction site somehow results in the coolest looking building ever. The end. So that was Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth. Let me get caught up on the chat really quick. Apparently Stephen King based Pet Sematary on his own experiences of having a son and living near a busy road. Yeah, I've heard that. Hi, Speedy Yoshi. Well, I've probably got like another hour to go, so you are late, but like you're not at the tail end or anything. You binge my Hellraiser series at least once a month? Wow. Awesome. Glad you like them so much. Which is the better film adaptation of it? Pet Sematary? The first one for sure. Well, to be fair, you had to restart the thing like 3 times. Yeah, but that didn't take that long. Hi, Jackie. I don't think I saw you post earlier. It is indeed Catterday. Oh, fuck, I'm way behind. It Chapter 1 is better than It 1990, which is better than It Chapter 2. That's fair. Fiddles with a Knob, it's a family show. Hellraiser, it's a family show. You almost got Teeny Tawa, not quite. Pet Sematary is basically showing the horror of the lengths that grieving people, especially parents, will go if they had the chance to bring back their lost loved one. Yep. Hi, Tara, and bye. Stream gets restarted again. What would it be then? Part 1.875 out of 2. Maybe, I don't know. What's half of what's exactly between 75 and 100? Princess Butt strikes again. What, does Pinhead not deserve any sexy music? Tara wanted attention, but not really. I think I read that before. But yeah, pretty much. I hate the cut to the club music. Yeah, that's such a, like, it's a perfect microcosm of what's wrong with this movie. Does this club have beer? Beer? Dun dun dun, a wild Pinhead appears. Queen of the Damned kind of copied this scene. Oh yeah! I kind of enjoyed Queen of the Damned, but like, I didn't think it was like a good movie. I just thought it was kind of fun. That icicle was a bit uncanny. Yeah, it looked weird. So what did those people do to deserve to die, unless I'm missing something? Oh, absolutely nothing. The whole point of this movie is that Pinhead went evil. Pool ball mouth. Pinhead killed indiscriminately in Hell on Earth, an unhinged demon, yeah. This club sort of looks like the aftermath of the bar fight in the first Sonic movie. Yikes. Pinhead does not need a best adult dating site. And there's Panda Do Thy Work. I caught that earlier. Dice Eyes is the new Cenobite. I think Poker Face would have been his name. Hi, Mandy. I don't think I saw you post before. Love chat needs to be banned, yeah. I already reported them earlier. Apparently that doesn't do anything. Let me see if... Unhide user on this channel. That will probably... Hopefully that'll keep them from coming back. I don't know why I didn't think to do that earlier. Ew, dollar store Cenobites. Those are very sharp CDs, yeah. Your name is Nato? It's spelled like Nate, though. I'll try to remember that, though. So cheap, so underdeveloped, I am died. I am a Barbie Cenobite in a horror world like... Oh, I get it. You're doing Barbie world. Oh well, Barbie girl. Whatever. Cenobites now with at least 50% more suck. The original Cenobites felt timeless. The Hell on Earth ones are 90s dated. Yeah. Oh, we're up to I Am the Way. This reminds me of when my parents took me to church to exorcise gay out of me. It's almost a documentary. Oh, God. I'm sorry to hear that. I haven't gotten up to Revelations yet. I'm watching them in order. Revelations is going to be like at the end of tomorrow's stream. Love Pinhead in this. Yeah, he's great in that bit. Special Iron says, even I could see why this film is different to the earlier ones. Pinhead should get in touch with Knuckles if he's the way. Oh yeah, Knuckles said that too, didn't he? That's so funny. Excuse me. What do you think that tastes like? I'd feel sorry for that priest, but he's such a dork. Yeah. Best part of the movie is Pinhead mocking Christianity. Who'd have thunk it? This is Pinhead as most Freddy Krueger-esque. Yeah. Yeah, the part where he laughs is a bit much. Oh my God, Joey has never seen Spaceballs. You're getting masochist vibes from Pinhead, imagine that. Poggers Pinhead. Everyone tells Pinhead to go to hell. I feel like he's gonna say, no, I'm not gonna go home, I'm on vacation. There you go. The pins were a bit too long in this installment, which even the filmmakers came to regret. Ah, maybe that's why some of them appeared to be like kind of sagging a little bit. Oddly enough, I don't think I noticed that when I was editing this video, otherwise I might have mentioned it. I like that they actually follow up on that building. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Love that freeze frame expression. Should be your new channel icon. Could be worse. Could be Sharon De Silva living next to a cliff and sleepwalking with night terrors. Yeah. That's so fucking stupid. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I like that sweater too. I wear that to job interviews. I actually got it at a thrift store, but I think it's really cute. Would Clancy Brown make a good Cenobite? I don't know why not. I meant which is the better film adaptation of It? I don't know, to be honest. I guess technically the theatrical ones are better. At least, well, part 1, chapter 1 was at least. I don't know. I really have a soft spot for the miniseries, though. I like how it followed the book, and but like if you're a younger person, you'd probably prefer the newer movie. The dad from Pet Sematary 2, and yeah, I know who Clancy Brown is. He was also in Shawshank Redemption, and he was also the voice of Lex Luthor in Justice League and Superman. Those animated shows. This is a Christian Minecraft server? What? Oh, Pinhead said that. Okay. Oh, Clancy Brown a la Shawshank Redemption prison guard would be a great Cenobite. Yeah, I could see him doing that. Being good at that. Do I look like someone who cares what mods think? Pinhead in the club. Turn that Green Day and Snoop Dogg off immediately. It will be called Let's Watch My Hellraiser Film Den Videos Part 1, The Next Generation of 2. Yeah, I didn't expect to have to do that more than once, hence why I put 0.5 the first time. 87.5 is exactly between 75 and 100. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I hope I don't need to know that, but I hope I don't need to remember it, rather. Were you ever into dolls like Barbie? Either way, what did you think of that bizarre scene with the Barbies and Small Soldiers? I never actually saw Small Soldiers, or at least not all of it. I don't remember which part you're talking about. I was a little bit into Barbies when I was a kid. I was really into gem dolls. Poor Pinhead. Got too ambitious, you see. Pinhead, oh god. What year was this movie? 80s, 90s? Good question. Oh, someone already answered. 1992 was Hell on Earth. Yeah, that sounds about right. Did the exorcism at least level the church in the process? Because that at least seems like a hell of a story to tell to a failed Pray the Gay Away attempt. Oh. 1992 sounds about right for the movie's design and feel. Yeah, it does. I remember seeing the Killer CDs in a trailer as a kid and was scared of them for a while. I can't believe I thought that Pinhead was the good guy when I heard you talking about Hellraiser before I knew what it was. Really? That's a nice sweater. Thanks, John. Do you think JP Head has on cowboy boots? Oh, I hope in his Cenobite form he's still wearing the fucking boots. That'd be hilarious. He's a good guy in my book. Well, he did destroy a church, so that's one in his favor. Apparently there was some kind of orgy scene in the original book that all adaptions cut out. Oh yeah, you're talking about it. Yeah, that was pretty weird. Stephen, to be fair, Stephen King was still on drugs when he wrote that one. I liked the miniseries. I laughed the first time I saw Henry Bauer's hairstyle, though. Yeah, that hairstyle of his was very 50s. Too many only know him for frickin' SpongeBob's Mr. Krabs. Oh, see, I don't even watch SpongeBob, so I forgot that he did a voice in that. I love I think his version of Lex Luthor is my favorite. Then again, I haven't seen very many iterations of Superman. Clancy Brown, oh, yeah. Mentioning the SpongeBob thing that somebody else mentioned earlier. Also, Clancy Brown is the Hellboy homage in Invincible. I haven't seen that. Pinhead is just flat out evil now. Does that mean he was Flanderized? Yes, Jem is truly outrageous. Mr. Krabs as Cenobite. Too much for me to think about with all the sexual overtones. Gem dolls are the bomb. Love the big hair. Yeah, they were really cool. Hated dolls as a kid. I preferred toys of animals and other creatures or figures of movies and TV characters. I mean, I liked those too. Small soldiers, the eponymous soldiers used the tech that brought them to life to animate dolls in a very uncomfortable fetishy scene. Oh my. I saw a take on the distracted boyfriend meme where Ireland is trying to make social progress and the Catholic Church is glaring at them. That's funny. Clearly the best Lex Luthor is Batman vs. Superman. I haven't seen that movie, but going by the trailers and such, that is definitely a choice they made. Nah, I'm not interested in the Gem comics. First Hellraiser I saw was 4. I was 5, but I'd watched David Cronenberg's The Fly several times before I watched it. You saw The Fly before you were 5? Oh my god. I had experience in gross out horror. Yeah, I would say so. Came back, see Derp Dina is still on the screen. Well, now I have to go to the bathroom, so she's going to be on the screen a little bit longer. Okay. Why does Batman versus Superman exist? The battle would be the most one-sided battle in history. Not necessarily. But to be fair, I saw RoboCop when I was 6, so there's that. Yeah, I haven't seen Man of Steel, but it looks pretty bad from what I've seen. Poker face Cenobite throws the dice. My sister wanted to watch The Thing, but not alone, so she made me watch it with her. I was 5, and hearing her saying things like, "See, that's what we look like on the inside," oddly didn't help. Oh my god. He only rolls a 1. We laugh about it now. We went to see It Chapter 2 together. We were the only ones in the cinema. Saw Jaws and American Werewolf in London and Night of the Living Dead when I was 2 to 3 years old. Funny enough, I may have been about 4 when Return of the Living Dead and found it scarier than Night. It's definitely more gory. Don't take us into the food stream again. If an epic rap battle of history happened involving Silent Hill, which character would you want? I don't know. James would be the obvious choice. James or Heather, I guess. The action in Man of Steel was mainly the characters throwing each other into buildings over and over and over and over again. Okay. I want to like this movie, I really do. On one hand, it has some of my favorite Pinhead scenes from the series. This movie makes him look so awesome. Usually. But those bits are just kind of floating in a sea of mediocrity. I just cannot get into the first half of this movie. The previous movies had Pinhead not making an extended appearance until past the halfway mark. In the first movie, it was 2/3 of the way through, but they kept it interesting with compelling characters. This movie has Pinhead showing up only about 1/3 of the way through, and not only do they make him look silly up until the halfway point, but the other characters just do not carry this movie on their own. I kind of like Terry because she's kind of adorable and I just can't help it, but I don't care about the drama between her and Joey and her and JP. JP is a tool and is no substitute for Frank. And while I normally like Terry Farrell, Joey is little more than the glue holding this plot together. She's not interesting and there isn't even any real closure for her character arc. The movie brings up her wanting to be a serious reporter and that she has unresolved issues with her father's death. Oh yeah.
And neither is really resolved unless you count her finding out secondhand that she got a job she wanted. Even the soundtrack is uninspired. It's mostly club music combined with reused tracks from the first movie. Or if they aren't, they at least sound like it, whereas Hellbound's soundtrack was more unique sounding. I mean, I picked up the soundtrack CD at a thrift store recently, and just look at the track listing on the back. First of all, nothing by Christopher Young, who did the music for the first 2 movies. And I mean, one of the songs is done by KMFDM, who is also on the Mortal Kombat movie soundtrack. Not to pick on them or anything, this kind of music is fine as action movie soundtrack fare, but for a Hellraiser movie? However, the scenes involving Captain Elliot Spencer are great, and it's nice seeing Doug Bradley without makeup for a change. He has a certain charm and a demeanor that commands respect. He's compelling is what I think I'm trying to say. And the second half of the movie is entertaining and fun, though a lot of what's entertaining about it falls into so bad it's awesome territory. This feels like 2 different movies awkwardly squished together, and frankly, it focuses far too much on the club and rock bullshit in the first half. In fact, the abrupt cut from this scene to the next...
Very inventive.
...is kind of the general feel of this movie in a nutshell.
Yeah.
So, I guess I recommend this movie in a mindless entertainment sort of way, but it is a huge step down from the first 2. So this is the point where I talk about the Cenobites. It's probably going to be shorter than usual because even in the movies that aren't that great, usually the Cenobites are interesting. These ones are just so gimmicky. Like, this guy has a camera which appears to be almost comically shoved into his head. Really, his mustache sets him apart more than anything else because Cenobites are usually hairless, and this is the first one we've seen with facial hair. Other than that, he has a bunch of vertical cuts that can be seen through big windows in his outfit. Moving on. CD Head has CDs in his head, along with a CD tray in his chest which dispenses CDs that he uses like shurikens, which is kinda silly. He also has chains on him. Moving on. Barbie is kind of the butterball of this movie, only he's wrapped in barbed wire and breathes fire. That just leaves us with the Cenobites that the 2 of the main characters from earlier in the movie became. JP becomes Piston Head because there are pistons in his head. He is at least unique in that we can hear the pistons making whirring sounds as they constantly jab in and out of his head, and it causes him to have this sort of facial tic. I have to admit that's kind of cool. Terry becomes Dreamer, who is the least gimmicky of the Cenobites of this movie. There are hooks around her face stretching the skin. Her forearms are flayed with the effect looking like opera-length gloves. And there is an opening on her neck where a cigarette has been inserted, which she is constantly smoking.
Other than that, her outfit is very skimpy, which is kind of fitting as it echoes how she dressed when she was human. The Cenobite Wiki refers to these as pseudo-Cenobites because they were made quickly and still have a memory of when they were human. But all that applies to Chenard's Cenobite as well, and he's considered a full-on Cenobite, so I don't know if there's really anything to that or not. As for Pinhead...
This is my body. This is my blood. Happy are they who come to my supper.
Yes, there are about 2 to 3 scenes with him that I love, and he has some great lines.
I am the way.
But there's an interesting conundrum with this character. He has great dialogue and a wonderfully majestic appearance along with a certain mystique. Therefore, we think we want to see more of him. The problem is that when he's on screen too long and has too much dialogue, he loses that mystique and a lot of what endears him to us. So, believe it or not, in a way, one of my complaints about this movie is too much Pinhead. We really should not have seen him until this scene, and he should have had a lot less dialogue overall. He pretty much never shuts up when he's on camera. He basically becomes that kind of villain that just constantly yammers about his motivations, and he emotes too much again, although it's much worse in this movie than in the previous one. Not to mention that we see him get reduced to a slasher film villain, although I admit it's an intriguing concept on its own. Take a torture technician and give him free rein to let him kill as many people as possible, as horrifically as possible, and just watch the bodies hit the floor. And I know there was an explanation for his acting this way, but still, I guess what I'm saying is that it's an interesting concept, but not really a good idea in practice. So at least this movie got it out of the way so we could get it out of our systems and not have to see it again. Also, this scene played out differently in an earlier script. Pinhead confronted a police officer and silenced him by putting one end of a handcuff through his tongue. And of course it was followed by the scene in the church, so the idea was that Pinhead had a confrontation with humanity's law, and then he is confronted with spiritual law, and neither means anything to him because he is just that badass. It's too bad that was left out of the final product. Also, I'm sure I'll never hear the end of it if I don't mention that there was music by Motorhead in this movie. It's a good song and all, but again, I'm not too crazy about having rock music in a Hellraiser movie, so I just can't get too excited about it. However, I have to admit that the video's pretty cool. Naturally, it involves clips from the movie, but they also had Doug Bradley appear as Pinhead, and he plays poker against the lead singer and loses? What the fuck? Okay, you lost me there, video. Not cool. Anyway, I hate that I've sounded so negative, but honestly, whenever I thought of this movie, I would tend to think of that scene where Pinhead first appears outside of that silly pillar, and when he torments the priest, and now that I'm watching it again, I find the rest of it to be disappointing. I know I'm in the minority here, but I actually prefer the following movie, Bloodline. Granted, it's been a while since I've seen it, so we'll see if I still feel that way when I get to it. Anyway, that's about all I have to say about Hellraiser 3 Hell on Earth. I do recommend it just for the second half, even if it's just a lot of dumb fun. That's it for now. See you next time.
There we go. Now this is the point where I stopped using music, but I'm still going to skip the credits because... Actually not that familiar with Motorhead, but I am aware that the lead singer passed away as I was editing this video. At the very least, I can say that they made a kick-ass Hellraiser theme, even if I don't feel that rock music suits these movies. So I'll join the rest of the internet in saying R.I.P. Lemmy. I have a feeling Pinhead will be demanding a rematch. I just made a joke implying he went to hell when he died, but I don't think he would. I don't think he would be offended by that. Let's see what the stinger is.
Demons aren't real. They're parables, metaphors.
Then what the fuck is that?
Okay, I just played that scene. Sometimes if I can't think of something to edit together, I'll just replay a funny scene from earlier in the movie. Okay, last one, or well, these 2 videos for this movie will be it. God, I hope I can finish this by 6. I might be going past 6. Jaws just amplified my dad's already existing fear of the ocean. Saw Cabin Fever when I was, I think you're saying under 12? You can imagine how it poisoned the horror well for me at a time when I was not a fan. Yeah.
think because the zombies talked, they freaked out my young self more than the Silent Romero zombies. That's interesting. I remember I saw that old Doug McClure movie at the Earth's Core for the first time as a kid. It's an ancient film with laughable effects by today's standards, but it scared me as a kid. I don't think I know that one. Sea of Mediocrity. I think you were being a bit too nice, Dina. I don't know about that. Terry X Joey is the ship we didn't know we needed, but we do. Hellraiser 3, 4, 5, and 6 are so hard to find, it's obnoxious, but the last 3 straight to video go for like $5. That's so unfair. It sounds about right. Glue Cenobite. I developed sharkophobia after I saw Jaws. You and everyone else. Thought Joey was a male name. It can be short for Jolene. Yeah, there was, in Facts of Life, there was a female character named Jo, and it was short for Joanne, I believe, so yeah. Oh my god, why is this fucking bot coming back? I literally fucking hid them. Put them in timeout? I don't know what to do. They keep fucking coming back, and I don't know how. Oh, the Joanne comment came right after. If I have a daughter, I'll name her Steven. Mustache Cenobite. Stevie works for Go. Oh yeah, as in Stevie Nicks. When we did French in school, the teacher insisted on calling us by our French equivalents if we had one. Mine is Michelle. Yes, the class always giggled every time she said it. My father worked for a cable company, Cox, and multimedia before then, but we had HBO, Cinemax, and Showtime, plus AMC, Sci-Fi, TNT playing more modern movies in the 2000s. I was born in 95. Okay. I think Barbie is the least laughable out of the new Cenobites. Yeah, I mean, Barbie isn't that bad if you know, the rest of them weren't also quite so gimmicky. I think he wouldn't have looked too bad. Terry would look fine if not for the Siggy. Yeah, I agree. Pinhead is a bit like Jaws 2. Jaws, too much takes you out of it, whereas just enough gives you an icon. Yeah. I'm kind of embarrassed I didn't notice Barbie was called that because he was wrapped in barbed wire. Yeah, it also refers to the barbecue aspect of him breathing fire. Yes, I took care of the bot. What do you think of Pinhead in Dead by Daylight? I mean, I don't really play Dead by Daylight, so I don't care. I mean, I guess it's cool, but... Lemmy is God, that's why he wins. Yeah, Hellraiser is more of a grunge song series. The reason Pinhead is there is because he was summoned through the box, then just decided to stay because he liked the unlimited torture and victims. That sounds right. Oh, Lemmy is God as a reference to something. Okay. How do you feel about the film now? What do you mean? This movie? This one we were just Hellraiser 3? Like, I don't know. My opinion hasn't really changed. I always thought the poker thing was a reference to the Motorhead song Ace of Spades. I don't know. Could be. I don't know anything about Motorhead. Hellraiser mixed between Lemmy and Ozzy is probably the best version. Everyone's posting R.I.P. Lemmy. Is Motorhead same thing as Roadhead? I mean, it's possible that's where they got it from. I wouldn't know. Dina has such sights to show us. God, so many people have posted that. When you said that's it for now, thanks for watching, I nearly moved my mouse into the search bar to watch something else. That's too funny. It's currently 1:11 a.m. here in the UK. Ah. Motorhead was a slang for a speed user. Oh, that's interesting. Then again, speeding down the road is fun. Hi, postal enthusiast. Gotta give him the hard bonk. The bots noticed we were watching Hellraiser, which must mean we like sex, apparently. Yeah, I always get a lot of UK viewers in my streams. It's kind of funny. I can help make a mod for a second. I help out Gory B Movie and Destination Stone on YouTube streams from time to time. Are you offering to be a mod, Mandy? I wouldn't mind having another mod. If I can figure out how to do this. Oh, add moderator. There we go. Thank you. I think what I like most about Hellraiser 3 is just the utter chaos of it. Swings wildly in tone like a roller coaster. Yeah, I can see that being part of the fun. I'd offer to be a bot, but I don't know how, plus my concentration is beginning to wane. I think you meant mod. Oh, you were Halcyon, okay. Sex, what's that? When Postal Enthusiast shows up, I automatically think of Howard from Downpour. Oh, yeah. All the Brits are from Red Dwarf, except me. I saw your Silent Hill videos first. Could there be a live stream or a YouTube Cenobite in the future? What? I'm not sure what you're asking. Alright, let's start watching this. Bloodline. It's flawed, but I still like it. This is Dina. Welcome to the den. Well, we've made it to the 4th installment of the Hellraiser franchise. From what I've read, this movie was an absolute disaster to film. Some of what went wrong was just bad luck, but some of it was executive meddling in the form of Miramax going, hey, we need more Pinhead, and Clive Barker would go, no, too much Pinhead causes him to not be scary anymore. No, more Pinhead, just add more blood to make up for it. I'm not even exaggerating, that is literally how a conversation went. Also, here's an interesting fact. I love how mad Clive Barker looks in that picture. I have no idea what it's from. It looks like it's from Comic-Con, but I think I just, like, did a Google image search for, like, Clive Barker angry or something. It's probably more interesting to me than you guys, but I'm gonna share it anyway. This movie was co-directed by Kevin Yeager. Oh, yeah. The reason I know that name is because he did the animatronics. That is so interesting. For the first 4 Child's Play / Chucky movies, the first 3 of which I'm a huge fan of, not to mention that he made the Crypt Keeper for Tales from the Crypt along with other effects for that show. And he did the animatronics for my favorite Nightmare on Elm Street movies, so I'm actually kind of a fan of his. Except I thought he just did FX. I didn't even know he ever did any directing. So how did I only just find out that he co-directed this movie? Ooh, that's never a good sign. Oh no, directed by Alan Smithy. I'll go into how that happened later. For now, let's give this movie a chance, okay? I feel like Clive is always mad. Could be. Jeez, movie, it's a little early for a jump scare, don't you think? The credits haven't even started yet. I didn't know that was a thing. And the movie opens on a space station. Yeah, I know that's a weird way to start a Hellraiser movie, but it does make sense in context, as we'll find out later. Still, this gives me such a Star Trek vibe. After a bit, we find out that someone on the station is apparently trying to program a robot to open a puzzle box. Here's an answer to your question, what would happen if Crichton tried to open the puzzle box, maybe. VR display. so that he can see exactly what he's making the robot do. The movie doesn't make it totally clear, but I'm hoping it's the latter because yikes.
The robot went,
Either way, it apparently worked, and I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I'll save that for the end. But now he has trapped Pinhead just in time for some armed guards to burst in. Through some exposition, we find out that he was the one who designed the station, which he has hijacked and had all the power
You're gonna like
directed
this special
into one
iron.
room.
Evaluation.
Wacko.
I wasn't asking you, Carducci. I was asking the expert. Well, Rimmer?
When your expert's name is Rimmer, you know you're in trouble.
Rimmer.
I am he.
I actually don't know for sure, but with this taking place in space and Clive Barker being British, I'm going to assume this is a Red Dwarf reference. Unfortunately, they don't really do anything fun with it, and having a character named Rimmer is just kind of distracting.
I'm playing the endgame here, Rimmer.
Rimmer.
Finishing something that began centuries ago, and I don't have the time to help you understand.
So the man is interrogated.
Things your little rational mind couldn't even dream of. But I dream. Oh, I dream.
Please don't reference Hell on Earth.
Oh, you wouldn't believe what I can dream of now.
Anyway, as it turns out, he built the space station with the intention of trapping something.
Hell is what I'm going to catch, and I'm gonna burn it away in a blaze of light. If I tell you the whole story, will you let me finish what I began?
Apparently, Rimmer is willing to hear him out. So now we flash back to 18th
Rimmer.
century France. It turns out that this man is descended from, and forgive my bad pronunciation, Philippe Le Marchand, the toy maker who made the very first puzzle box.
Commissioned by a wealthy aristocrat named Delille, a man obsessed with black magic, a leader of the occult.
Not only is it really cool to witness the creation of the most iconic image besides Pinhead in this series, but this directly references the Hellbound Heart, where the puzzle box was most often referred to as Le Marchand's box. In fact, here's a quote from the book. Le Marchand, who had been in his time a maker of singing birds, had constructed the box so that opening it tripped a musical mechanism, which began to tinkle a short rondo of sublime banality. Yeah, there was a lot of purple prose in the book.
Finest toy maker in France.
Well, what does it do? Oh. Doesn't actually do anything.
You are a terrible wife. Anyway, he
I
immediately
went really
wants to
hard
drop
on
it
that,
off.
didn't I?
Can't
You are a
imagine why he
terrible
wanted to get
wife.
away from her for a bit.
Why?
Because my
That
work
was the
might be
joke.
appreciated there. My son will be born in a better place than this. This is only the beginning.
He has no idea how appropriate that phrase is. So meanwhile, the aristocrat Delille and his assistant Jacques have invited a peasant girl to have dinner with them.
Jacques, show this child to a chair.
What is this?
So you don't bruise.
How she misses the red flags here until it's too late is beyond me.
Now we can begin.
Le Marchand shows up with a box,
Good night, toy maker.
and right away he can tell something is off, so he decides to stick around outside and snoop, which I'm sure won't have any repercussions. Anyway, he witnesses them flaying the body and hanging the intact skin on hooks. Yeesh.
That is really grotesque.
They do a ritual involving the box that causes
like
a
something
portal
out of
to
the
hell
first
to
couple
open up and
movies.
a female demon, Angelique, to materialize in the skin. And good lord, is that ever gruesome.
Fear not, Jacques. Remember your lessons. A summoned demon is yours to command.
Unless you stand in hell's way.
I'm not sure if Angelique is scared or angry or just confused, but she seems to get over it pretty quick. So Le Marchand, obviously horrified, starts designing something that will neutralize the power of the box. I'm not sure how he thinks he'll do that, since he said himself that he only made the mechanical aspects of the box and probably doesn't understand the mystical aspects that were added later, but oh well. He does plan to steal back the box, so maybe he thinks he can reverse engineer that somehow. When Le Marchand returns, he finds that Delille has been killed and Jacques has basically taken over, having made Angelique his slave. Who didn't see that one coming? He gets caught and finds out that his family is now cursed for generations.
Demons will walk the earth.
Oh.
And you're
My
responsible.
Walmart order.
What are you waiting for? Kill him and come back where you belong.
Has substitutions.
Such pliant fingers.
Also, his pregnant wife has followed him and manages to find him just before he dies.
My God.
Save yourself. Save the child.
And so ends the creator of the Lament configuration. Man, whatever, I guess I'll
Demons
take
did
it.
walk the earth. Same way they're walking the station right now.
Back to present, or future, time. It's mentioned that Angelique has had many boxes made. So now we have an explanation for all those boxes in Hellraiser 2. But what she was really trying to accomplish was a box that would open the door to hell permanently.
I know what's in your heart.
Fast forward to 1996 to the first descendant in the story, John Merchant, who has been dreaming of Angelique. So it turns out that all of Lamar Chan's descendants, to varying degrees, have dreams and memories about Angelique and the box.
And they just don't haunt my dreams. They haunt my work.
And while some critics have complained about that, I think that genetic memory is hardly the strangest thing to come out of the Hellraiser universe, and it fits the narrative, so I'm fine with it. But anyway, John is the architect who designed that awesome building that showed up at the end of Hell on Earth, and has gotten his picture on a magazine cover for it, which is seen by Angelique, who is still in Paris with Jacques, who apparently doesn't age. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they didn't give an explanation for that.
I think we should see America.
Screw America.
Then I would like your permission to go by myself.
No.
That was really stupid, Jacques.
Want to know why I'd like to go?
No.
Stupid smug bastard. It was mentioned earlier that Angelique has to be his slave on the condition that he doesn't stand in Hell's way.
Is that your final word?
Yes.
Well, he just did. Poor stupid Jacques didn't even bother to find out why she wanted to go to America, and I think that's what Angelique was counting on.
What you want is irrelevant. It's about what I want.
He still has no idea what's going on. It's amazing that he managed to live 200 years while being that stupid.
Don't move.
What?
So you won't bruise.
And that sounds familiar.
Perhaps I was a bit hasty.
Yes. You like it rough.
Yeah, it doesn't end well for Jacques. I guess we've seen worse from this series, but this scene is still kind of cringe-inducing. That seems a bit familiar, too.
Nothing personal, babe.
Anyway, back in New York, John is accepting an award. But while giving his speech, he gets a bit distracted when he spots Angelique in the crowd.
Leonardo da Vinci once said that no work of art is ever completed.
He gets through it relatively well, all things considered. Mainly he just comes across like he has really bad stage fright, and not so much like he's seen a ghost.
Thank you. Good night.
After John leaves, Angelique lures a guy to the basement with her.
Ooh, yeah.
Do you like games?
Again, red flags everywhere. How does he miss them?
It's your eyes. Trust me.
Oh yeah, that Angelique mentions that she's following her instincts, which is basically
That
true because
means
she
in
comes
this.
across a pillar and realizes that there's a puzzle box inside. Apparently the same one from Hell on Earth that Joey dropped into some cement. By the way, I just realized, isn't it kind of weird that they left wet cement overnight? Like, wouldn't they supervise it while it was drying?
I have such sights to show you.
Yeah, we've heard that one before.
I have such sights to show you.
We have such sights to show
Sure love
you.
reusing
So
that
anyway,
line.
she gets this poor schmuck to open the puzzle box. And here come the hooks.
Ow.
Ow.
What's happening? Get over here!
That would actually be an awesome crossover. I know Scorpion has spent some time in hell. Okay, I demand fan fiction where Scorpion works part-time as an acting Cenobite between Mortal Kombat tournaments.
I still would like to see that.
Oh, and look who decided to show up, right around the halfway mark,
Pretty
right
good
on
entrance,
schedule.
too.
And I
Not-
like how the tune from the first movie plays,
Not quite
but
as
unlike
epic as the
Hellraiser
one
3, it sounds less like
Hellraiser
it's
2,
just
but-
being reused and more like a new composer is putting his own spin on it. By the way, the new composer in question is Daniel Light, who also composed the soundtrack for Silent Hill Downpour. And Book of Memories, but we won't hold that against him.
Angelique.
So here's an interesting fact. Angelique is surprised to see Pinhead, which makes sense. She was pulled out of hell in the 18th century, and Pinhead wasn't there until the 20th century.
Hell is more ordered since your time, Princess. And much less amusing.
But there might be more to it than that. That's another thing I'm going to talk about at the end.
The box did this?
Oh, that's cool.
A man did this, but the box called him.
So anyway, Angelique fills him in on Lamar Chand and John.
This is not a room. This is a Holocaust waiting to wake itself.
Later, Angelique finds John at his workplace and finds Lamar Chand's design for the anti-puzzle box. So it turns out that the idea behind it is perpetual light.
I haven't perfected the light yet. Something's missing and I can't make it work.
Even if Lamar Chand had lived long enough to attempt to build this, he probably wouldn't have had the technology. And maybe John doesn't either.
You think you don't remember, but your blood knows.
So Angelique has some trick up her sleeve to help him remember his past lives.
Angelique.
You think your work on the building was an accident? It called to you, John. We have great work to do.
Welcome to another one of my favorite shots of Pinhead.
I love
He's
that.
petting a dove, which is ironic for two reasons. Firstly, it comes across as a pet the dog moment, which is when an evil character is shown to have a nice streak. But there's also a fun flash of symbolism here. We know where Pinhead is from, yet the dove is a symbol for peace in the Bible. Either way, he feeds it to his doggy. Well, we're about at the halfway point, and frankly, the next scene is pretty fucked up, and I want to put off talking about it as long as I can.
those poor guys.
So if you haven't seen Hellraiser Bloodline yet, go watch it before I get to part 2.
I think the very first bit of dialogue that I show a clip from, I'm going to have to say something about it. Oh god, part 2 is 31 minutes. I'm not going to finish by 6 o'clock. I did mean mod, see what I mean about my concentration waning. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Even though Bloodline felt more like the first 2 films, the plot and production was too uneven, while Hell on Earth felt more cohesive. If not for the studio, Bloodline would have been greater. Yeah, definitely. I basically agree with all that. Fellow American from your Red Dwarf videos. That's cool. Oh, a Cenobite based on YouTube streaming. Got it. I feel like Clive is always mad. I mean, if I invented Hellraiser and they fucked it up this bad, I'd probably be cranky too. Clive Barker in that image is the epitome of angry gay man. Yeah, I already read that one. That's pretty funny though. You used to have long bangs in your hair, yeah. My hair in general used to be a lot longer. I cut it after I broke my leg because it was kind of hard to deal with it. Now I'm trying to grow it out, but it's taken forever. Hellraiser 4 better than Hellraiser 3, yeah, I agree. So weird how Chucky buried a non-living doll after murdering it in the second movie. It's kind of funny. Clive Barker seems very critical of his own work. Are we in the future in this one? Just for part of it. Actually really rubs me the wrong way when people like say they hate this movie and then they refer to it as Hellraiser in space. I'm like, have you even watched it? Because it's clearly not that. Like, it's not like the Leprechaun in Space movie or Friday the 13th or Jason X or anything. It's got a reason for part of it taking place in the future. Terminator crossover at last. One of the few horror films to go to space that you can argue was not bad. Yep, I was just saying that. Yeah, it made sense in this one. It wasn't like they ran out of ideas and it's like, fuck it, send him to space. Like is the case with a lot of them. Oh no, Pinhead wants to induct Crichton as a Cenobite. Quick, get him off of Red Dwarf. That robot is the saddest character in these movies. The silly 90s jump scare along with studio meddling also made Halloween 6 as uneven as it was. Oh, yeah.
Same studio and one of the directors, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I mentioned that when I got up to Halloween 6 when I covered those movies. I'm like, I said something like, "Oh, Miramax is just behind all the bad sequels," or something like that. Rimmer's a sexual oh, took me a second to realize. That poor robot. Rimmer, they always have a pen. Too bad I hadn't thought to make that joke, but I'm pretty sure season 11 or 12, whichever that was from, probably hadn't come out yet. God, with a character called Rimmer, they're just asking for the Red Dwarf comparisons. Yeah. We know it's not the same Rimmer. He would have run away by now. Actually make that joke in part 2. I've got Left 4 Dead 2, and so far I've finished Dead Center, The Passing, and the Dark Carnival campaigns. I've never played it, so I don't know what you're talking about really, but good. Congratulations. What does it do? Why, it opens doorway to hell, of course. Adam Scott, I'm not sure who that is. Is that the guy who played Jacques? I know he's been in something else, I forget what though. What is with the finger-licking fetish in these films? Oh, you're right, she does do that! Well, I mean, or I think she just did it that one time though. She doesn't do it repeatedly like Julia, but I compare her to Julia later on, and I didn't think to mention that one. Why would you summon a Tenari? No, not Walmart. Well, Hellraiser really knows how to use the dumb horror movie characters trope. Yeah, even the first movie did that a little bit. Walmart for all your wall needs. Cursed for generations. Meow, meow, meow. My Walmart order. Appropriate. Oh, that's funny. Hot take, but movies that the origin of something in a sequel should do it in the first movie. Not necessarily. Oh, you silly boy, Jacques. Hellraiser now with non-consensual BDSM. I mean, it always had that. What are you talking about? I love Angelique's FU face. Yeah. Where's that gif of Dino with the red flag when we need it? It's coming up. This is actually where it comes from, if you didn't know. Dina has such sights to show us. God damn it. I could make a drinking game out of how many times somebody said that. Oh, hi again, Pinhead. It's almost like you've become the poster boy for this series, isn't it? Why do horror villains just refuse to ever die? Sequels. Oh, popularity, so the movies can happen. Yep. Because dying is for goobers. I like that. I like that answer. We interrupt Hellraiser to bring you James Bond. This time Pinhead's gone too far. Killed a dove. Tell you what, though, wasn't it nice when Pinhead popped into the stream to say hello? Yeah, he's quite a nice guy in real life. Clive is just mad because they usually treat his properties terribly. Yeah, exactly. Wait, you broke your leg? Yeah, back in like 2020, I was in a car accident. Essentially, I was there was a car driving on the wrong side of the road, and I didn't see it until it was almost about to hit me. So I slammed onto the brake and held onto the brake, and I was still slamming onto the brake when the impact happened, and it snapped my ankle. So that wasn't fun. I made a whole video about it if you're curious. More like Hellraiser featuring space. Yeah, it is kind of more like that. To be fair, a lot of artists generally tend to be highly critical of their own works. Yeah, that's true. Hellraiser in space, but as a framing device. Next Hellraiser in the hood. Oh, God. If you know a Terrahawk, do you get a terabyte? Oh, God. Miramax is also why we can't get Blu-rays with features of the sequels for a reasonable price. My pet python has joined me to watch the stream. That's nice. Adam Scott was in Parks and Recreation starting season 3. I have not watched that, surprisingly. Just realized a lot of the horror in space films are also horror in the future films. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Might go ahead and stream some Left 4 Dead 2 on Twitch. Any advice when it comes to streaming, Dina? Not really. I don't even really know what I'm doing. This is 3 movies in one? Oh, you mean this movie? Each one could have been its own movie. I don't know about that. Maybe? So what's this scene that's coming up and will it scar me? I don't know. Depends on how much you like the twin security guards. Dina has many visions to share with the community. I was just thinking about making a drinking game about every time someone posts, I have such sights to show you. That's funny. I made this joke before, but I like to think that Pinhead keeps his pins in a special drawer on his vanity table. After many shots, you may read them as Dina has sights show to such you. The video about your accident was strangely heartwarming. Yeah, have you seen that? You've said that before, considering the subject material, mainly because of how cheerful you made it. Yeah, I think I was just glad that I finally had a computer set up again. They did a good job juggling past, present, future, and space. Yeah, I thought so too. Can just imagine Pinhead showing up on Red Dwarf and Rimmer just goes, aliens! That's actually, I think I make a joke like that in this video. I like the twinabites, yeah. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Silly boy. Okay. I'm back. God. Okay, Artie, don't push it. Are these the same twin security guards from Terminator 2? Oh yeah! I forgot about them. No, different ones. Yeah, that was neat how they used twins to film that. How frequently do you think Pinhead changes those pins if he does at all? Oh. Yep, and they were also in Gremlins 2. I remember that. Need to watch Hellraiser Judgment when you get the chance. Oh yeah, I will eventually. Oh, you saw Kitty Tail? It was probably Soul. He was wandering around just now. Just saw Tara's tail drifting along the bottom of the screen. I like the fin in Jaws. I like that. He's going to headbutt her. Stop him. Yeah, that might have been Soul because he kind of greeted me when I came out of the bathroom like he was going to trip me or something. He didn't headbutt me, but Hellraiser Judgment has some very good gore. I really like the dog gag. Story is very basic, but is better than 7 through 9. Interesting. I'll be back as a Cenobite. Okay, let's go. And like I said, I think immediately I'm going to have to comment on something because certain line in this movie that it didn't age well, and I didn't comment on it because anyway, you'll see.
So she starts asking me all kinds of weird questions, like, would I do it with a woman that used to be a man? So what'd you say? I mean, I guess so, if she was cut and all.
Can I just say that I have a huge soft spot for these two security guards? So yeah, yeah, I should not have let that go without commenting on it. The term woman who used to be a man is not a good thing to call a trans woman. I'm pretty sure I just didn't know that at the time, and honestly, I thought they were being pretty nice. And if you take out that term and you replace it with trans woman, like, you know, would you sleep with a trans woman? Sure, if she was cut, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, though. So, yeah, but I wish I had not left that uncommented on, the term woman who used to be a man. That's bad. But yeah, I don't think there was anything bad intended with that line. Is he talking about butt stuff? What? So yeah, I don't think that was meant to be mean-spirited or anything. I think it was just like ignorance, and it was also ignorance on my part for not catching that, but yeah. How long ago did I make this video anyway? 2016? That doesn't seem that long ago. Well, yeah, I guess, I don't know, whatever. I don't know what it is, but they are so adorable. The scene is shot like the directors wanted to make damn sure we could tell that they hired actual twins and there was no split screen or anything involved. That's basically progressive for 1996. Yeah, it's also, yeah, keeping in mind when the movie was made, too.
I pity the mirror will not show your true beauty, princess. I can smell the exquisite stench of what you really are.
That was pretty creepy, Pinhead, even for you.
We should check it out. Speak for yourself.
Seriously, you guys, this is not a good idea.
This is getting weird.
Pinhead has hooks stuck in his fingers, which looks awesome, but apparently it happened during one of the many scenes that was cut from this movie.
In this game, we show ourselves as we really are.
What's that?
The beauty of suffering.
Ah, hook in the skin. Ow. But Angelique likes it, so there. There it is. Nice jump scare.
We stick together. Always together.
Oh boy. We stick together.
Freeze!
Oh no, not the adorable security guards. Leave him alone, Pinhead.
Don't make us put some pain on you.
Pain.
Oh, here we go. Pinhead does have a couple of great speeches in this movie, and this is one of them. Yeah, I was about to say great speech coming up.
Pain is only a shadow. Pain has a face. Allow me to show it to you, gentlemen. I am pain. I know your fear. Please, don't separate me from my brother. I give you my word. That will never happen. A lesson, princess. Work with me, or for me.
This scene is really hard for me to watch. Yeah, they aren't so adorable anymore. I do think it's interesting that we see the tubes with needles and the blue fluid, like when Channard Cenobite was made in Hellraiser 2.
Suffering is the coin of the realm. I will teach your human merchant about the value of suffering. They say the greatest suffering, an errant is the loss of a child.
Wow, that was like a 3-hit suffer combo. Anyway, the gist of this conversation was that there's a power struggle going on. Angelique and Pinhead have different methods, and Pinhead seems determined to bring her over to the dark side, so to speak.
Whatever you want.
A little later, Angelique tries to seduce John, again. Meanwhile, Pinhead grabs John's kid, while the mom has left him alone for a bit to do laundry.
Young, unformed.
Yeah, there's something a parent never wants to see, even if they don't know who Pinhead is.
Give him to me, please!
Oh, you suffer beautifully. But I am here for business, not pleasure.
I always felt that the two went together for him.
I want bait. Live bait.
All of the parents watching this just shit themselves. Well, John comes home and... Well, I said that we wouldn't get to see any more of Hell after Hellraiser 2, and that's technically true, but we do get a little taste of it here. And it feels legitimate, and not like a goth club. So Pinhead has a pet of some kind that we've only caught little glimpses of until now.
John, don't!
Meet Chatterbeast. Yeah, Chatterer never returns, but from this point on we do get to see Cenobites that are clearly inspired by him.
Although the boy will not die here, for 1,000 years his dearest wish will be that he had.
For God's sake. Do I look like someone who cares what God thinks?
That's one of my favorite Pinhead lines.
Yep.
Just tell me what you want.
So Pinhead basically tells him that he wants him to finish his work. What he actually wants is for Merchant to make a device that would keep the doors open to Hell permanently, and since Hell has already bled into the basement of the building, he wants to start there.
Come on!
That's cute that he thought he could get away like that. Actually, he does manage to get his wife and kid to safety, but he still has to confront Pinhead.
It's me you want.
Don't flatter yourself.
This isn't a game.
This is a game. I shall go first.
That was just weird. Yeah. Meanwhile, Mom is being pursued by Chatterbeast. I keep wanting to call him Chatterdog. Shit, that thing is terrifying.
Does this pathway work both ways?
She didn't actually solve it, so I don't know how that worked.
Yeah, that was weird.
Toymaker.
So now Angelique has the kid.
So young. So tender.
What must that kid be thinking right now? Angelique actually wants the anti-lament configuration to be made. Hell, apparently it's called the Elysium configuration, because she wants no part of Hell.
I think I said that wrong. I think it's
Elysium
configuration.
Also, Pinhead didn't know that. He thought they had the same goal, but that she was just going about it in a way that he didn't like. So she is about to be in some serious freaking trouble.
Some serious freaking trouble. Oh, why that's funny.
John does get it to work for a little while, but not long enough to destroy Pinhead.
No more games.
Wow, Pinhead must have been pissed.
Fatality.
I made 2 Mortal Kombat references in this.
How does she keep sending people back to Hell without solving the damn box? That's really bugging me. Anyway, Angelique and Pinhead both get sent back to Hell and the building explodes. Though apparently Mom and kid escape. Back to present/future time. This merchant finally gets back to what he was doing when the armed guards got there. And yeah, he had summoned Pinhead.
We'd almost given up waiting for you to play.
What's wrong with this is I don't believe in hell.
Of course not. You only believe in one thing.
Aliens! But it believes in you,
There we
and it's
go.
out there right now.
I don't frighten easily.
Then you're not Rimmer after all.
Excuse me, gentlemen, while I have a humiliating panic attack under the scanner table.
So he has 23
That
minutes
was
to
fun
complete his
making all these
mission.
Red Dwarf
She
references.
seems like she's beginning to come around, but not enough to disobey her orders. Meanwhile, one of the other guards is being lured toward the locked door. I guess it isn't too unreasonable for him to believe that some innocent person is locked in there. All he knows is that Merchant is not right in the head. He doesn't know the rest of the story.
What the hell is this? The remnants of a most unsatisfying victim.
Found the robot.
Hooks again! Except that actually looks kind of funny. Not anymore. So it's barely a footnote, but the security guards were turned into the Siamese twin Cenobite. And Angelique also
Shouldn't have
became a
said
Cenobite off
Siamese.
screen,
Oops.
forming Pinhead's new entourage, along with Chatterbeast, I
To be
guess.
fair, that is like
so
their
another
official
armed guard
name,
goes
but
off
I
to
would
find
have
the
said
previous
conjoined
guy.
twin Cenobite.
This is suddenly turning into a slasher film.
That's true.
Help me, please.
Cenobites have sure gotten better at mind games, haven't they? Or maybe it's just because Angelique started out as a demon and had those powers already. Anyway, he loses his head somehow?
Mr. Chamberlain?
Where the fuck planet are you from?
See, aliens. That was a lot more impressive than with JP's gun. Less silly looking, too. He manages to hide from Pinhead.
Oh, thank you, George. Imagine a Giger. I still catch myself saying Geiger sometimes. Imagine a Giger alien Cenobite. Ooh, that would be interesting. Actually, I want to say I saw a drawing of that on DeviantArt. Was that what it was? That one's on Pinterest. Oh, there's one on DeviantArt. Oh, this isn't the one. What did I see something? Maybe it was a... Oh, you know what? What I remembered seeing, I think, was a T-Rex, like a hybrid of a Tyrannosaurus Rex and a xenomorph. And I commented saying, I think I just shit myself. Anyway, here it is. If you can see that okay. There we go. Full screen it. That's pretty horrific. So there you go, George. Oh! Oh, thank you, Oblivious.
Nice jump scare, but ends up as Chatterdog food.
Chatterdog food.
So it's just Rimmer and the other guard, and of course he decides to go looking for one of the others because horror movie.
He said it could protect me. He told me what to do. Please, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
It's just a box.
And he's screwed.
Thank God for men of reason. Finish it.
I love the irony of a Cenobite saying thank God for anything. And while the fact that he dies is cliche, I'll give the movie credit for giving him a really unique death scene. Not how I would have expected him to die, I've got to admit. I'll still do a fade to black and
the final
movement
begins.
Where the commercial breaks were. And now it's down to Pinhead versus Merchant.
You and your ancestors have proved worthy opponents. The taste of victory is almost bittersweet.
Crap, it's nearly 6. He seems enthralled with the image of planet Earth.
Glorious.
Apparently the first photo taken of Earth from space was in 1946, and Pinhead became what he is around 2 decades before then. So it stands to reason that this is the first time Pinhead is seeing it like that. Kind of interesting that he even knows what it is. That's not really a criticism of the movie, just an observation.
There are more humans alive at this moment.
Ow, my back hurts. Ugh,
Pitiful history. The Garden of Eden.
You're going to say Garden of Flesh, aren't you? Go ahead.
A garden of flesh.
Double back down this hallway and get to the shuttle.
Genuinely what I thought
So
when
Merchant
first
tells
watching
Rimmer to
this
go back
movie.
and wait for him.
Oh my god.
Follow the Rimmer-shaped blur.
Here, Doggy.
I'm having Resident Evil flashbacks. Is she gonna kill it with a spin kick? Actually, she lures it into a pressurized room and... Bye, doggy. Meanwhile,
You are so very like your ancestor. Did you know that?
almost like they were played by the same actor, huh?
The same faithless hope in the light.
And what do you have faith in?
Nothing. I am so exquisitely empty.
That's an interesting line. I think it's just meant to be an answer to the question and not have any hidden meaning, but it sounds sad?
Then it won't hurt you to die.
I cannot die. I am forever.
I'd say exquisitely. In the movie sequel sense, it would seem that way.
That wouldn't imply.
That expression is priceless.
Where are
like,
you,
"The fuck?"
Toymaker?
Here. Hologram.
Woo, checkmate goes to merchant.
What have you done?
And the ship folds up and becomes the LCM configuration, which kind of reminds me of in Hellraiser 2 when Leviathan became a giant lament configuration. And Pinhead's last word before he is utterly destroyed?
Amen.
Well said, Hell Priest.
Set a course for Red Dwarf. The slime's coming home.
Oh, that was fun.
The end.
Okay, let me get caught up on the chat really quick before the recap. Wow, it's going to be a long recap, too. It's like 2/3 of the video. Holy crap. That happens sometimes, though. Cenobites, oh god, you think everything odd is Cenobites, don't you? You lose your keys at Cenobites. That time we used a whole bog roll in one day, you thought that was Cenobites as well. I think I responded to some of the stuff in the beginning. Yeah, you likely weren't aware at this point, and hell, I've heard it a lot worse in other movies, yeah. Yeah, I think I just didn't know any trans people back then, and I was like, I just heard them having that conversation, I was like, oh, that's pretty... I thought it felt pretty, progressive for the time. And like I said, I didn't know the terminology back then. Otherwise, I would have said something in retrospect. I kind of wish I did, but... Oh well. We need to remember time periods as well. We can't always judge old media by today's social standards. Oh yeah, of course. Q and Pinhead singing I Can Show You the World from Aladdin. I never actually saw Weekend at Bernie's. A lot worse in the early aughts and mid-aughts, yeah. There we go, the red flag gif. Stick together, I think I can see where this is going, yep. Okay, maybe smash the twins before the thing. It took me a second to realize what you were saying. I love that this speech is used in many death metal song. Many a death metal song. I didn't know that, but that's funny. And yeah, I'm not too surprised. I am pain. Hope this is not Chris's blood. Oh. I think you can watch a work print of this movie on YouTube. Yeah, I want to say that I mentioned that, and I may have even linked to it in the description. I don't remember. Everything ends up in space, yep. Pinhead, run your script through a thesaurus. Blah, 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 suffering, blah, 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 flesh. Hello, welcome to Hellburger. May we interest you in our triple suffering combo. I was thinking more of a fighting game, but that works too. Oh, the line coming up might be the best line in this series. You're probably talking about, do I look like someone who cares what God thinks? Hi, Chatterbeast, good boy. You thought it was just a meme. Nope, it came from this video. The son character in this played Danny in The Shining 1996. I knew his hair looked familiar. Yep, that is Danny from the Shining miniseries. Why don't you review more horror films? Well, I don't have time to make a lot of videos right now, for one thing.
This isn't a game, this is a movie. I'm sad I didn't think to make that joke. And that's why I prefer cats. That's another joke I could have made. Kid, what in the heck is going on? The series just gets more messed up the further you go, yep. It's a kid, it doesn't think. You're awful, Artie. Oh, you love my Monsters reviews. Thank you. I'd like to finish those someday. Oh, my shoulder's starting to hurt. Whoopsie doodle. He just yeeted that child. In this movie, the box is just a Pokeball. I actually make that joke in a later video. Love the way you showed the Quig clip. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I think I was like kind of in the midst of my Red Dwarf videos when I was making this, so like a whole lot of scenes from that show were fresh in my mind. Dina banged her leg and banged her bangs. What? Oh, banged them away. Okay. Present Dina doesn't like past Dina's vocabulary. Yeah, that's fair. When Cybercat in space. Pinterest, a good Cenobite name. Not sexy enough. We've all thought differently in the past. The important thing is what we were willing to learn from it. Yeah, exactly. I've definitely said some things in videos I regret. I know I've used the R word before. Pinhead Xenomorph. Well, I don't know what I expected. That's no T-Rex, arms too long. Yeah, no, I was just saying the one I was thinking of was a T-Rex Xenomorph. Pinamorph. That looks great. It's not like I was looking forward to sleeping tonight. It was pretty horrific. Hi, the lone man. Excuse me. Things are going pretty well for me. I hope you're doing well too. Sticks, why do you keep talking about pigeons and birds? I'm ignoring you on purpose. Get a clue. Actually, I'm way behind on the chat, so never mind. That wouldn't give you a clue. I was essentially ignoring everyone's tweets at first. Or tweets? Messages. Good thing I'm gonna quit soon. I'm feeling punchy. I think Pithead might be a bit obsessed with flesh. Suffering too. Merchant lol teleport Pinhead the fuck. Pretty much. I have an image of her hiding under a blanket and occasionally shouting, "We're finished!" That's another clip I could have used. Yeah, I knew you would like the Red Dwarf references, Special Iron. Pinhead, we believe that you, like us, have the courage and dignity to make it as dwarfers. I have such sights to show you. 32. That's a good one. That's funny that you're going to Walmart, John. I'm expecting my Walmart delivery to be delivered soon. I honestly thought I was scheduling it for like an hour after the stream was going to be over. They're still preparing it, huh? I'm supposed to be getting it between 6 and 7. Usually I get it just after 6 in that case. I hope it doesn't end up being really late again. Weirder image than that Aladdin one. It's gone now, but someone once animated the ending of Silent Hill 1 where Alessa hands the baby off to Harry. And the opening music of The Lion King plays. He holds the baby up, monsters slowly dance. It was kind of amazing. That is pretty amazing. I mean, Pinhead looks like he escaped from a metal album cover, and he inspired Quan Chi for Mortal Kombat. Oh, I didn't know that, but yeah, I can believe it. Such sights to show you. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Still waiting for Wrong Turn and Breads go to space and kill aliens. Yeah, I'm almost surprised they haven't done that yet. Oh, Pinhead, sometimes you're epic and sometimes you're such a pinhead. Wanted to ask if you feel you might ever do Deep Space Nine. That would take way too long. I'm not going to do an episode by episode series on any Star Trek show. It would just take too long. Thinking of doing a series of videos on Luoxana Troy, though. That's as close as I'm gonna get. Cat Icarus's award-winning idea. Halloween, Jason pops down to the pharmacists because he was dangerously low on vitamin D. Oh... review about Deep Space Nine. Oh yeah, I've seen Deep Space Nine. I love it, but yeah, I don't plan to do any videos on it. Pinhead, I can show you the way. Bloody painful suffering. Tell me, dreamer, now when did you last let your flesh decide? Oh my god, that's amazing. I'm looking at the paused screen and thinking it's the opening to the Phantom Menace. That's funny. Wow, Dina and Birds, who knew there was so much animosity. Kind of drained as normal, as been having weird sleep now. Yeah, I can relate. I feel a little drained right now. I've been streaming since noon, so... God, I'm just starting hour 6. The whole reason I split this into half was because I didn't want to stream for a full 6 hours in one sitting. Like waking up at random times and then the normal ones I'm used to. Oh yeah, I have that problem too. I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and have trouble falling back asleep. Phantom Menace would have been improved by Cenobites. Does anyone think there will be another Hellraiser? I hope not. Supposedly there's a series somebody's working on. I don't know anything about it, though. You just know there's something in Star Wars lore that could pass for a Cenobite. Yeah, probably. Those Cenobites think they so smarty. They think their brain's so big. Nothing dies, yeah. Any favorite characters of Deep Space Nine? Well, Garrick, for one. Geez, I like just about everybody on that show. I liked Quark a lot. Odo. Knuckles, I can show you the way, but it'll require a sacrifice of flesh and suffering. Do you think you can handle the old British Knuckles? God damn it. Having watched more of the Orville Season 3, some of them have some real DS9 feels. In fact, the second episode pays tribute to Alien Doom and aesthetically Bloodline. Interesting. I'm starting to get a little bit interested in the Orville. I wasn't going to watch it at first because I don't like Seth MacFarlane, but I've been hearing some good things about it lately, so I'm starting to get kind of curious. But I believe it's on Hulu, which I don't have, so I may have to watch it some other way if I decide to. To be honest, I'm pretty knackered now. I've been watching since the beginning. Yeah, same. Plus that it's like way later for you, so... Hellraiser series is made by Clive, so it would be okay. Sorry. I don't mean to make anyone else yawn. Would anyone see Hellraiser Goes to Hollywood, Pinhead Goes Big? There's no god, but there's a devil. Me. I like that. Alright, so that was Hellraiser Bloodline. I enjoy the hell out of this movie. It's not perfect or anything, but I'm surprised at how many people just brush it off and say things like, only the first 3 movies are good, the rest suck, as if this one deserves to be lumped in with the straight-to-video sequels. It's not as good as the first two, but it's definitely better than Hell on Earth, or at the very least it feels more like a Hellraiser movie to me. Even the scenes that take place on the space station, it somehow feels like it takes place in the same
We all
universe
yawn
despite the sudden
simultaneously.
addition of sci-fi, where that goth club in Hell on Earth felt posery. There are some bits and pieces in this movie that don't quite add up, as I pointed out, but for the most part it works for me. I wonder if part of the reason people are so hard on this movie is because, well, the creators don't like it. Like I said in the beginning, filming this movie was a disaster. What basically happened is that when the film was well into production, the studio complained about how Pinhead wasn't to show up until about an hour into the film and demanded that some of the earlier scenes be cut so that Pinhead could show up as early as possible. Kevin Yeager had been the director up until that point, but he became so frustrated with the demands that he walked out. They had to bring in another director to go over the script, cut out as much as possible, and try to repiece everything together and shoot some new scenes to make it cohesive. In the end, neither director wanted the director credit, hence directed by Alan Smithy. For those who don't know, that was a common pseudonym that directors would use when they were embarrassed by how a film they were working on turned out and didn't want their name attached. As for what I love somebody left a comment on this saying something like, well, at least it's the best, if nothing else, it's the best movie to have the Alan Smithy credit. What they changed? Well, the segment taking place in the 18th century was cut way down. In fact, the movie originally was going to open with Lamar Chand making the puzzle box, and when he dropped it off, Angelique was already there. When he looked in the window, he was originally seeing a poker game that went weird. Angelique has the players pass around the puzzle box, and each time they make a successful move with it, she removes an article of clothing.
I think Hellraiser
Once
3
every
is
move
proof
has
that
been
you
made on
can't
the
have
box,
too much
she
Pinhead.
removes the last article of clothing, revealing screaming mouths and demonic eyes on her skin. Meanwhile, the chandelier becomes a death machine that mutilates and kills the players, who return later, some as Cenobites and some as clowns. Later on, Lamar Chand is invited to a masquerade where he ends up having it out with Delille, who doesn't like the fact that the box was made to replace his own black magic, i.e. the door to hell was previously opened up using a pentagram and incantations from an expert in black magic like him, but with the puzzle box anyone can do it. Angelique kills Delille, but he comes back and sends her back to hell, but Jacques summons her back. Now remember when I said that Angelique looks surprised and disappointed when Pinhead shows up? An early script has her saying, "Things seem to have changed. I was expecting my clowns." And now Pinhead's line about hell being more ordered and less amusing makes more sense. But anyway, I think it's important to note that in the earlier version of the script, Angelique and Lamar Chand had a lot of screen time together, and she was pretty successful in getting him under her power. Where in the final cut, they spend all of about 2 seconds in the same room together where she flirts with him like one time before he gets killed. This is another thing that helps to explain some of what happens in the final cut, why John Merchant has such a connection to her and has erotic dreams about her. Also, the final descendant in the story, Paul Merchant, his knowledge of his bloodline is explained by the middle segment ending with the mom telling Jack that as he grows up, the two of them will research their family history and pass the story along, so the future generations will know what to do if Pinhead comes back. And this resulted in Paul practically obsessing over it and becoming kind of eccentric in the process. Also, originally he was going to sacrifice himself in the end when killing Pinhead. Now, I did not thoroughly research this. The script I read for reference here was not a shooting script, and a lot of little things were different. For example, there were no twin security guards, and so we didn't get to see how the twin Cenobite was made. It was a woman security guard who was attacked by Chatterbeast, and the twin Cenobite just shows up later with no explanation of where it came from. Also, Rimmer wasn't a main character and was one of the first guards to get killed off. Instead, Paul Merchant had an assistant named Corinne Cotton, and she was the one who helped him in the end instead of Rimmer. And I doubt that scenes like that were shot and then replaced with other scenes later. But I suspect that the early scenes involving Lamar Chand were pretty close to what was originally shot. What's funny is that an early trailer even came out. Even Pinhead's voice hadn't been digitally enhanced yet.
Welcome to Oblivion.
That showed a lot of what ended up being cut. So would it have been better had the studio not taken it back to it? Oh yeah, of course. I totally get why the creators don't like the finished product, considering what they had in mind. However, speaking as a less biased viewer, I honestly think it works pretty well as is, all things considered. With the added backstory, it would have had more weight to it, it would have been better, but in my opinion, it's far from the god-awful piece of crap people make it out to be. But one thing about this movie that makes it work, and another thing that elevates it above Hell on Earth to me, is that the characters, even if they're toned down from what they were supposed to be, are really interesting and the actors do a great job. I know I joked about how one actor plays 3 different characters who are related, and it is kind of an amusing trope, but I actually don't find it distracting in this case. He plays each one differently, and they come across as very distinct. Lamar Chand has an almost childlike innocence about him. John Merchant comes across more like an antisocial, reclusive type, tormented by nightmares. And Paul Merchant is really intense and eccentric, and the makeup department does a good job with further distinguishing them from each other. It's amazing what a different hair color and style, or lack thereof, can do. It doesn't hurt that I think he's adorable, especially as Lamar Chand. Then again, I am kind of a sucker for period costumes. Also, one final note about Paul Merchant. This might go without saying, but his being bald was meant to show that he was Pinhead's equal. Also, from what I gather, their scene together would have lasted a lot longer than it did in the finished product. Well, when I covered Hell on Earth, I kind of skimmed over the Cenobites because I thought most of them were kind of lame. But I love the Cenobites in Bloodline, so sit tight because we're going to be here a while. It almost feels like there aren't a lot of Cenobites in this movie, but I think that's because most of them don't show up until the final act. Besides Pinhead, there are 3, just like in the first 2 movies. Another reason might be that I tend to not think of Chatterbeast as a Cenobite, since he comes across more as Pinhead's pet than one of his soldiers. Alert. So what the hell is Chatterbeast anyway? This doesn't look like something that was once human. The Hellraiser wiki says that it's made from the flesh of tortured humans, but that doesn't explain its shape. Also, I think that info comes from the box that the toy comes in, so I don't know how canon that is. This isn't something the movie's ever really explored, but I like the idea that maybe not every creature in this series' version of Hell was once human, and that some were demons. Maybe Cenobites are made to resemble these demons, or maybe some Cenobites were never human to begin with. Angelique is proof that non-human demons exist, and she becomes a Cenobite. Also, later in the series, there are Cenobites who have no noses, with no scars or anything, implying that they were removed, and therefore they don't look like they were ever quite human.
Wire twins.
So I digress a bit, but what I'm trying to say is that even though he looks Cenobite-ish, Chatterbeast could really be anything. Either way, he's pretty damn terrifying and a unique addition to the series. Always nice to see creators thinking outside the box.
So to speak.
Together. Always together.
Can't believe I think make that joke.
Oh, those poor security guards. This was actually the only Hellraiser movie I saw in the theater, and when this scene came up, it really made me squirm in my chair. I told the friend I saw it with about that later, and she kind of shrugged it off and pointed out that it wasn't like it was a realistic death, so it didn't bother her any. And I realized she was right, and I was left wondering why it affected me that much.
5 minutes.
I just kind of chalked it up to the theater experience. I do kind of have a problem with graphic depictions of torture in horror movies. I mean, I'm not calling for it to be banned or anything, but I tend to avoid those kinds of movies because they aren't for me. I know that sounds ironic coming from a Hellraiser fan, but these movies are kind of tame in that area, compared to movies that tend to be labeled as torture porn. With all of Pinhead's talk of suffering, most of that actually happens off-screen. And then there's also the fact that it has kind of a mystical setting, and like my friend pointed out, these are not things that could happen in reality, so that usually helps. But here I am 20 years later, and this scene is still hard for me to watch. And I think it's because, as silly as it seems with how little screen time they get, I care about these characters. They don't seem to be very good security guards. In fact, they come across as downright dumb. But they seem friendly and they're kind of goofy.
They got himbo energy.
Is kind of charming. They're just cute.
They've got himbo energy. There you go. They're a couple of himbos. That's why they're so cute.
Add to that how scared they get toward the end, which already gives them whoopee status. But then Pinhead points out that their greatest fear is being separated from each other, which kind of implies some kind of childhood trauma, like maybe they were orphans or something and were worried about being separated from each other, and they never totally got over that. I want to hug these guys. So yeah, them being turned into Cenobites on screen just breaks my heart. Compare that to 2 of the main characters in Hell on Earth and how I barely even give a shit about them becoming Cenobites. But anyway, the twin Cenobite ends up having a pretty cool design. The way their faces are stretched in opposing directions has a comedy and tragedy look. They each appear to be missing an arm, and there is a diamond-shaped hole cut in the middle of their outfit, revealing that they are crudely stitched together. And I don't know if this is canon since it's hard to tell in the movie, but the action figure appears to have 2 feet, so they appear to each be missing a leg as well. Then again, in the movie, when they separate, they appear to each have 2 arms and don't appear to be hopping around as they move, so I'm not sure how that works. In any case, this is such a bizarre design that I can't help but get a kick out of it. Also, fun fact, I thought this guy was going to end up forming a 3rd head, which would have been interesting. Instead, they just seem to crush him and go back to the way they were.
I forget. You like it rough, don't you?
Please.
Angelique is an interesting character. Apparently in Hell she was a princess, which brings up some questions involving how that works. The Cenobite Wiki tries to tie it to Hellraiser 2 by saying she's the daughter of Leviathan. So how can this thing have offspring? Maybe the idea is that Leviathan directly created her, where Cenobite started off as human. I don't know, that's just speculation.
Sorry about all the phone alerts.
Am I the only one who sees kind of a similarity between Angelique and Julia from Hellraiser 2?
I'm gonna have to
They're
pause
both
this in a minute.
demonic women who are very attractive brunettes who are able to seduce male characters into doing things for them. And both of them physically rip the heart out of a guy who abused them in the past. So while I wouldn't call her an ex-B of Julia, I do like how there's a similarity. Julia was more fun in a way because she started out as a bored housewife and took a level in badass.
Bored housewife,
Also
you
this.
Take your best shot, Snow White.
Where I feel Angelique
Gotta
is
show that
probably
every
the
chance I
opposite.
get.
I suspect she was more powerful in Hell. Again, I just think that's interesting. Speaking of Angelique, she isn't played like a sympathetic character, but I still feel kind of sorry for her. She spends nearly the entire movie being a slave to someone. Originally it was to be Delille, and the original script kind of alluded to what that entailed. Ew. And then the ownership was transferred to
I don't
Jacques.
want to think about Delille.
And then
fucking,
Jacques
thank you very
screwed up
much.
and she killed him, at which point she's kind of sort of free, but she's still connected to Hell. Then she summons Pinhead, and there's a power struggle that ends with her becoming a Cenobite, and therefore she's now his slave. And that was the last thing she wanted, because she clearly doesn't like Pinhead and what he represents, and the fun version of Hell that she knew was gone. So she chose to try to destroy Hell so she could just stay on Earth, and that clearly didn't work out. And Cenobites are generally emotionless, so there isn't really any hint that she's unhappy, but knowing her history, I feel kind of bad that she became a Cenobite. Speaking of which, I love her design. She's the most scantily clad female Cenobite so far, and she's wearing PVC or latex instead of the usual leather, which is appropriate to how she previously used her sexuality as a weapon. Meanwhile, her scalp is sliced open and the edges are stretched down and hook onto her shoulders with wires. And yet her face is still intact, so despite that, she's still beautiful. What's kind of interesting, and personally I would not have caught this on my own, but after finding out, I can't unsee it.
This is an interesting fact.
Her design is based off of a nun's habit. There's the high collar, along with how the wires form the shape that a nun's headdress makes. And fun fact, one of the creators got the idea while watching Sister Act. And the original drawing he did ended up not changing much in the final product. He was really happy with it. Also, yet another scene that was cut involved Cenobite Angelique and Paul Merchant, making the third act in the final cut the only one where Angelique doesn't interact with a member of that bloodline. Kind of a shame.
In this game, we show ourselves as we really are. The beauty of suffering.
I think my groceries are here. I guess I ought to... There we go, I'll leave it paused on that. Yep, there they are. I'll be back. I'll try to be as quick as I can. Okay. Should I get caught up on the chat really quick? I guess I'll try. I think everyone loved Quark and Odo. If you asked me, without them too, it would be a bit dull. However, I feel sorry for O'Brien the most. The guy never gets a break. I know. O'Brien really gets put through the ringer in that show. What's on Disney Plus? The Orville? Only 11:15 a.m. for me. Yeah, that sounds about right, George. We all yawned simultaneously. I think I read that already. To be fair, on a weekday, you would only be 15 minutes before the start of your stream. Yeah. I like how the space station turned out to be the box. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty neat little twist. Styx agrees with me that too much Pinhead can be bad. He must be a very busy bloke, this Alan Smithy. What other movies have the Alan Smithy credit? I've never heard of it. Oh, if you look up Alan Smithy on Wikipedia, I'm sure there's a complete list. Alan Smithy released the Hounds. I want to say Alien Resurrection has Alan Smithy credited for something. I don't remember what, though, but I might be wrong. Not just movies, everything can have that as a credit. The Godzilla vs. Barkley comic was written by Alan Smithy. That's funny. To be fair, I think and still feel that I'd rather watch this Hellraiser than rewatch Food Fight or that really bad vampires movie by John Carpenter. Yeah, there's certainly worse movies. You still want that statue in your bedroom. You can also see the work print that before Paul Merchant sacrificed himself to kill Pinhead, Angelique tries to seduce him but fails. Yeah, I kind of mentioned, or I showed a clip from that scene. I didn't really go into it, but yeah. Doug Bradley must have torn his throat to shreds doing that voice. I don't know about that. Chatterbeast is scary and disturbing, but it will never be as scary as Gamork, in my opinion. Still love the way you keep using TV tropes terms in your videos. Yeah, I have fun with that. Always wanted to ask, what is that term I hear you use a lot? The Iron Whoopi status. I mean, I never heard of that term other than your videos. Oh, Whoopi. It's like a character you feel sorry for, kind of. If you look it up on Wikipedia, it's not Wikipedia. TV Tropes has an entry for it. Does Disney own Miramax? You know, it's possible they do. Oh, they used to, but Disney lost Miramax in the mid-aughts. So Angelique was a Disney princess for a bit. The twins that got 5 minutes of screen time, I love them so much. Why'd they have to die? What, those two central characters in the previous movie? Who cares? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, hi, Madam Glitch. Yeah, you made it a little bit before the end. If someone had told me before this that Sister Act inspired a character in a Hellraiser film, I would have been, what? Yeah. It's probably my favorite fact out of the entire thing. Dina missed a notification from Pinhead. Sister Act inspiring a Hellraiser film makes me feel good. I know, isn't that a fun fact? Okay, VT Merrick, thanks for stopping by. Oh yeah, I gotta do this again tomorrow. So Angelique wasn't a Cenobite before. Presumably she was some kind of demon. I believe that's what they said. Are you making us all a sandwich? I was gonna put the groceries away, just the stuff that goes in the fridge, but Lee happened to come downstairs, so he did it for me, which was nice of him. I appreciated that. I wish I had the money to send to her donation drive, but my hours were cut recently. I know the feeling. That's okay, I know not everybody can donate. I don't know how much longer I've got left. I know, we're definitely running down here. Cork and Otto. Are the cats playing with things, or is Lee sorting out the shopping? Yeah, Lee was putting groceries away. Paul used Pokeball, it's super effective. Would Hellraiser in space be that bad, but it could work? Pinhead in a starship. Yeah, the twins got turned into Cenobites. It showed it on screen. Maybe you weren't here for that part. Oh, Flash is calling it a night. Okay. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. 2:35 a.m. Yeah, go to bed. Angelique was an overbite? What? Oh, as in Cenobite. Oh, that's play on Cenobite, I guess. Won't be attending tomorrow's stream live. Got an RPG sesh then. That's understandable, Christopher. Alright, let's watch the rest of this damn thing. I've got less than 5 minutes, or no, less than 10 minutes. Oh, you made it back, John. Yeah, I'm just about to finish up here. And now Pinhead. Character-wise, I don't quite understand his motivations. I'm not sure why he suddenly wants for hell to bleed into Earth. I mean, from what we've seen of hell, it's freaking huge. How is that not enough space? Maybe it's more along the lines of being bored with not having enough victims and how he has to wait for them to come to him. I don't know how I feel about Pinhead suddenly wanting to rock the boat, since he's supposed to be all about order. In Hell on Earth, that made sense because his humanity was separated from his demon self, and apparently his sense of order came from his human side. Oh, my neck hurts. But supposedly they were rejoined in the end of Hell on Earth. But it is kind of hinted at that his demon side still took over, so after all that, technically I can buy what's happening here, but I still don't like it. Pinhead is breaking all of the rules. Maybe it's because the building is basically a giant lament configuration and the guards walking in is the equivalent of them solving the puzzle. But yeah, they never touch the puzzle box, but Pinhead goes after them anyway. And that kind of sucks, because Pinhead having his own set of rules is what makes him interesting. He is orderly and not chaotic, and therefore not a typical movie monster. I didn't really like the Hellraiser Boom comics, but at least they set up Pinhead as someone who, after nearly a century of the same routines, just becomes bored with it and decides he doesn't want to be a Cenobite anymore. But there are rules that he needs to follow in order to get there, and he follows them. Again, I didn't like the comic that much, but at least it started off well and it gave us a reason for why Pinhead wants to change things. Also, the bit with the robot. Remember this scene from Hellraiser 2?
No! It is not hands that call us. It is desire.
Yeah, he leaves Tiffany alone and apparently intends to go after Dr. Chenard. What's happening here is that Merchant is doing the same thing that Chenard was, only he has the technology to use a robot instead of sacrificing a human. Of course, Pinhead can't go after Merchant because he's trapped. But for the sake of continuity, it seems like the robot should have been left alone. Instead, it looks like it just automatically exploded because it had the puzzle box, and that's not supposed to be how it works. Then again, Pinhead is breaking all of the rules anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Personality-wise, I don't feel that Pinhead showed too much emotion this time, unless maybe I'm just becoming desensitized to it. Most of the time he just reacts to things with facial expressions and comes across as mostly calm and calculating, as he should. He laughs a couple of times, but they're generally at appropriate times. I think his becoming offended at one of the security guards saying pain is kind of silly.
How dare you use that word?
I actually prefer his laughing at the priest in Hell on Earth saying he'd burn in hell. It just seems like being offended at a human's lack of understanding in something he holds in high regard is kind of petty. It seems like he'd be more likely to either laugh it off or calmly show them the way. But I admit I'm being a little nitpicky there. Appearance-wise, I'm finally starting to notice some differences. The cuts on his face seem possibly shallower, definitely thinner, which looks okay up close, but from a distance they almost disappear, or at least look more like they're drawn on rather than carved in. And the heads of the nails are curved, which makes them look a bit more decorative and less crude. I'm kind of on the fence about that one, but I'm leaning towards liking it. It adds to his elegance a bit. Those are the only differences I picked up on. But hey, I only scrutinize Pinhead because I love him so much. If I didn't, I wouldn't care what they did with him. As always, Doug Bradley does an amazing job, even if he doesn't need to carry this movie as much as he did with the last one. That scene with the dove is one of my favorite visuals from the whole franchise. I love that snarky little, do I look like someone who cares what God thinks? And his I am pain speech is the best thing ever. So I think that's finally all I have to say about Hellraiser Bloodline. I hope I've convinced some of you to give it a chance. Frankly, if you think this is as bad as it gets, I envy you because you have not suffered through all the direct-to-video sequels. And those are next, because Hellraiser Bloodline was the last Hellraiser movie that got a theatrical release. And there are 5 more so far. Honestly, I don't think they're as bad as some people say. Well, some of them aren't. Either way, those are going to be next. That's it for now. See you next time. Add lack of rock music and other mainstream horror elements like puns and catchphrases to why I feel this is better than Hell on Earth. Even with the executive meddling, it still feels more like a Hellraiser movie, and Clive Barker's influence comes across better.
Although the boy will not die here, for 1,000 years his dearest wish will be that he had.
If we wanted to live in a state of perpetual agony, we'd let Lister play his guitar.
I forgot about that one. Whoops, no, stop. No Hellraiser Inferno yet. That'll be tomorrow. Whew, okay. Let me get caught up on the chat really quick and that'll be it. This ended up being a nearly 7-hour stream. Fucking hell. In any event, at least Dina distracted me from achy joints and arm pain from the monkey vax. I say it's a win today. I'm glad to have helped with that. They are, well, okay, technically a building is an actual box. Pinhead just went from lawful evil to chaotic evil. Yeah. Won't be the first time authors decided to randomly change characters' alignments. Yeah, that's true. I like to think that there's a deleted scene where Pinhead is in hell and sings about being up there like Satan in South Park. Oh, this full screen is bothering me. I don't know why. I don't normally watch videos on full screen. Or Part of Your World from Little Mermaid. I am the way. Pinhead at a cheese factory. I like that. Hellraiser, more suffering to come, and more flesh. Bloodline is a fun watch, better than the direct-to-DVD ones, even though I like 5 and 6. Yeah, same here. Hellraiser now with more flesh. Whew. I just wish it could have been more, yeah. How did you know it wasn't me? Because that dude could play. Imagine if you were on Twitch. I've been on Twitch before. Twitch requires 7 hours? What do you mean? I actually do have a Twitch account. I just don't get as many views there as I do on YouTube. So it would be really hard switching to Twitch, so to speak. Thanks for the awesome stream. It was a lot of fun. See you next time, hopefully. Thank you, Gojiren. I'm glad you liked it. I would like to mention how much money I got, but I can't because it's spread over 3 fucking streams. But at least through I made $278 through the non-super chat, so that's amazing. I might have actually hit my goal. I'm actually not sure. Holy crap, that'd be amazing if I did. I'm not sure how much I made through super chats. 278 of 500, which was kind of an arbitrary number, to be honest. I don't know exactly how much this is. I'm kind of thinking ahead for next month's rent. Although, I mean, I guess the stuff I got through PayPal I can use toward this month's rent, but super chats I can use towards next month, so that was why I turned super chats on. What was I saying? Altogether, that could possibly end up to 500, but probably not. I know I got one $100 super chat. Maybe I got more than one? I forget. Anyway, yeah, sorry. It says chat revenue, $13.37. I know I'd made more than that throughout the 3 streams I did. Is there any new horror games you'd like at all, or might think of doing a review on? New horror games. No, I haven't really been playing any new games. I'd like to play Stray, but I don't feel right spending $30 on a game right now. I do hope to get it sometime. It's not a horror game. It's dystopian, but it doesn't count as horror. Have you heard of the game Scorn that's coming out in October? Doug Bradley voices one of the trailers. Oh, that's cool. I'll have to try to remember to look that up later. Thank you, Special Iron. Glad you liked it. I am definitely getting tired. Whew. Now I want to see Pinhead drawn as Ugandan Knuckles talking about how he is away. Oh, God. I almost want to draw that just because I want to see it too. I don't want to draw it though, but I would like to see it. Tomorrow's stream is as long as this one. I should catch the last couple of hours maybe. Yeah, I hope it's not, because tomorrow's Sunday and man, I really don't want to be streaming until 7 p.m. on a Sunday because I got to get ready for work. So I usually spend Sunday getting ready for the work week. I'm going to be so busy tomorrow. Maybe I'll try to do some of that stuff today. Congrats on hopefully hitting your goal. Thank you. If I didn't hit it, I got closer than I would have expected. Thank you so much for all the donations, everybody. I really appreciate it. It's the most fun I've had on a stream, and I don't exactly watch them very often. Well, that's cool, John. Chats of soup? What? Wayne and Garth, no way. Pinhead sighs heavily. Stray is too new. Yeah. Imagine if instead of Pinhead we got the Grim Reaper from Bill and Ted movies. That'd be fun. Maybe start the stream earlier in case it goes long. I don't know if I could start much earlier than noon. Maybe. I'll consider that. If I happen to be ready early, maybe I'll start early. I think Tara helped. Well, Tara wasn't really in the stream. This was kind of a soul stream. Hope I can watch the next stream tomorrow, as with how my sleep's messed up, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's understandable. I'll probably get fewer viewers on Sunday. Just because it's Sunday. Okay, everybody, time to wrap up here. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you for the donations. I really appreciate it. And I should be back tomorrow. I hope you all can make it. Just an idea, no pressure on it. Oh, I know it's just a suggestion. A soul stream, you could say. Okay, I hope to see you all tomorrow, but either way, have a good evening and a good weekend. Bye.